Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to the National Rock Racing Association race number 3. We are at Rush Off-Road Park in Rush, Kentucky this weekend. This event is presented by Edelbrock, so a huge shout out and thank you to them, to all of our sponsors for helping us do what we do here at the NRRA. Welcome to the show, guys. We are going to be sending our UTV stock class off the line shortly, followed by our RCB Axle UTV Cup class. I'm Bree Molitor. I've got Matt Holt with me, as always. Matt, what are your thoughts on this weekend's racing action?
Well, I think we've seen like two extremes. Last year we were here and it was pouring down buckets of rain, and this year we're already seeing the water truck out trying to keep the dust to a minimum. So I think we've seen a little bit of everything here before. We have some very doable courses, but it'll be very difficult. Again, we have a ton of classes racing today, a ton of class race tomorrow. Today's going to be our UTV class stock and then our UTV Cup, which are again, two kind of the extremes. We got some stock guys kind of pushing those boundaries of what a stock rig is. And then we got some unlimited Cup, which, again, those guys get out there, full tube chassis, send it. We got some single seat, you got a right-hand drive, so a little bit of everything. We're going to see some really quick times, I feel like, today. The courses are pretty doable for us. Nothing too crazy. I know we had a lot of guys out pre-running pretty early this morning. This is Rush's anniversary bash here, like you said, Rush, Kentucky. So this is their anniversary bash. We have a ton of food vendors here. We have part vendors. Lots of people already packing in, and it's early Friday morning, so I'm sure by tomorrow afternoon we'll be at full max capacity. So definitely going to be an awesome weekend. There's also tons of wheeling going on. Me and Matt are going to go out and do a little playing around this weekend, have some fun. So definitely be a good time. I think the racing, you're going to see some just really, really fast times today. And then tomorrow I think we're going to see some of those guys capitalize on that. We have a handful of drivers, like Daniel Heckley is one of the guys I got to talk to this morning that races a UTV and a bouncer. Timmy Cameron, some of those guys are definitely. Brandon Davis is not here with us, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Ultra 4 is racing this weekend at Badlands Off-Road Park in Attica, Indiana. So shout out to all those guys on Miles out there representing for those guys. So show love to those guys, which is very cool. Brandon's out with them in his UFO car that he had built right at the end of last year.
We see how it is, Brandon.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get out there. Yeah, definitely going to get out there and do some racing. So shout out those guys. But I think we're definitely going to see some quick times.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I know, like you mentioned, they've got the water truck out here already trying to keep the dust down for everybody. But it is a beautiful day here at Rush. And the sun is shining. We've got a great crowd of spectators still making their way in. Like Matt said, they're just going to continue to keep coming. And we've got so much racing to bring for everybody this weekend. As always, we've got all 7 of our classes racing, all 7 of them nice full classes, long list of drivers. So we'll be kicking off with the UTVs this morning or this afternoon, and then have the full day wrapping up everybody else tomorrow. So I hope you guys are able to join us here on Hillside Live for all of that. If you missed some of it, as always, you can go back and check it out on Rock Racing TV's YouTube channel. And thank you also to our television audience joining us on Power Sports World. Hope you guys enjoy all this racing action just as much as we do. Yeah, it's always a good time. Again, appreciate everybody tuning in, watching the live feed with us. Today's going to be awesome. I know some of you guys are watching from work because it is Friday. Some people still have us in the industry call a normal job. They have a normal job where they're working on Friday. So shout out to everybody tuning in from your office or desk or the shop, wherever you're at today. Or I know we have guys that do dirt work. So in a skid steer, if you're watching us from in your skid steer, we appreciate it. And thanks for tuning in with us. It's going to be an awesome day. So very excited. I think that I see some buggies lining up down there. We are just about ready to start sending them off the line. And since it is Friday, you guys might notice that Matt and I are representing Stewart's Racing today. On Fridays, we like to do what we call Feature Driver Friday and represent one of our drivers or race teams by wearing their merch. So that's just another way of us to just show some love to our drivers.
Jay's our Ford guy, loves doing our Ford-based buggies. So.
Yeah, you guys will see Jay Stewart's Racing today and tomorrow. Before we get going here, we'll take a look at our top 10 coming into this weekend in the stock class. So Dean Roberts is sitting in that top spot, followed by Robert Traynor, Clay Harris, Brantley Havens, and Don Curtis rounding out top 5.
Tucker Sessler is coming in 6th place. Again, Jay, our feature driver Friday, sitting in 7th. Brandon Davis sitting in 8th. Daniel Heckley sitting in 9th. And Colton Ellison sitting in 10th. Again, that is our UTV stock class. Those guys are all out here battling. Very, very cool to see those. We had a couple stunt drivers at our last race hop in with us, racing a few races. Again, some guys race the whole series. Some guys just say, hey, I want to race the one that's closest to my house, which we love to see. It's always cool to see drivers hop in. Again, there's a great shot of our course. You can see there's lots of different lines going through there, a ton of flags kind of scattering that Mickey Thompson Mountain. And so you'll see that we're going to utilize almost all of that this weekend between our UTV and our bouncer classes. We're going to utilize a lot of that. Looks like we do have our first driver getting ready to kick off out of that race line starting gate.
This is Dylan Cummins on the line. He's going to be starting things off for us today. This is Dylan's first time racing with us here with the NRRA. Happy to see him out here joining in the fun. This is our first driver of the weekend here at Rush, Kentucky. If you guys are just tuning in with us, you haven't missed anything.
I do like that teal on that cage. I've seen a few teal buggies out here this weekend.
I figured you'd be spotting that teal, Matt.
You can see kind of utilizing, we have a lot of uphill, downhill sections here. There's some crossroads. We'll see the stock class going down. We also have our teen and youth. They'll be racing with us tomorrow. I know I've seen a few of those guys out there, guys and gals. I know we have a lot of our ladies that will be racing in our teen and youth class.
Yeah, representing. I'm not sure what's going on with Dylan right now. I think he's in limp mode. Unfortunately, Dylan being a late entry means that he is going to have to go first on both courses. It's what we do when we have late entries, when they miss the cutoff time for just our regular entry into the race. Then whoever draws number one gets to decide if those late entries are going to have to go first or last. So usually they end up picking first.
As TV Cameron would say, let's go out there and knock the dust off. All right, looks like he was able to shut it off and is going to come back and make another attempt at it. And we do have an average time limit between 4 and 5 minutes, depending on the course. This weekend, looks like being dry should have quite a bit of time. You can see those massive ledges there, those SCS step-ups, which our drivers will be doing tomorrow in the bouncer class. So, there we go. Again, there's several access roads on the side of this mountain that we'll be utilizing this weekend. Again, that last big downhill section, there's a couple big ledges there. You'll see some of the drivers, probably in our unlimited class, kind of try to jump those. I know we've seen a few of them out here this morning. That's a 156.046 for Dylan Cummins.
All right, glad to see he was able to come back and make his pass and get a time on the board. That is Jay Stortz on the line now, our featured driver today. I told Jay at the drivers' meeting, and I pointed our shirt, and I was like, "You're our featured driver today," and he's like, "Oh, does that mean don't do anything stupid?"
Yes, I love it. Yeah, he's definitely put on some shows for us throughout the years. He was one of a few drivers that had a front end delete kit at Hot Springs one year.
An accidental front end delete by tree.
It was not,
that was rough.
Yeah.
Well, there aren't too many trees out here. Not close to the course anyway, so.
Again, you're looking for the flags.
He's like, where's my turn?
There's so many flags on course. You want to make sure you're turning at the right flag. Again, we have lots of black with different logos on there. But then we also have some white ones out there. Again, our comp cams and Edelbrock flags are white. We have our Yukon axle and gear. Got that red race line out there.
Right, so all those banners, those lovely banners, not only do they help advertise for our wonderful sponsors, but they tell our drivers where to go, which lane they're going to be turning on. They also mark the course so that we make sure everyone's running the same course, not cutting any corners. Not that anybody would do that. 82.007 for Jay Stewart's. Thomas Wheeler on the line now. This is Thomas's first time racing with us too, I believe. I love it that we have new drivers coming out. We talked about it at our season opener at Windrock. Every class had new drivers in it. And we've still got new drivers on the list. And, man, we love to see that because that means that, you know, the sport is engaging and it's growing and people think it looks like fun and want to get involved.
Yeah, well, I love seeing it. Again, like I said, new blood coming out, especially some of our – we have a lot of young drivers as well. Very cool to see. And with 7 different classes in the series, man, we really do have something for everybody out here. So if you think that this looks like a fun time and you've got some kind of rig at home, you might want to come test it out. You can head to nationalrockracing.com and find our schedule of events as well as our safety regulations and requirements for our classes on there, and make sure you're up to par. And you can jump on in. There we go. Can you see somehow gnarly some of those ledges are on this big, wide Mickey Thompson mountain out here?
Man, and as always, you guys hear us say this a lot, but it's so true. What you're seeing on your screen right now is not the same as what it looks like in person out here.
Yeah.
In person, everything is just steeper. The ledges are taller. The ruts are deeper. All of it.
Yeah.
It's more than it looks like on your screen.
Me and Daniel Heckley were talking about that this morning, just how a lot of guys were like, I could do that in my Cherokee on 32s. And you're like, sir, the best racers on the planet couldn't make this hill.
You're like, sir, you couldn't hike up this hill.
Yes. We need Bill to pull us up. I mean, see what that time's going to be? That's a 98.397 for Mr. Thomas Wheeler. All right, we got Clay Harris down there in that race line starting gate. And you can see kind of how dusty it is as those guys come just ripping out of that race line starting gate. Again, hopefully get the water truck out and get it wet down a little bit tonight.
The dust is an added obstacle on the course today.
It really is. Yeah, tomorrow it's going to be a little bit more when you get those big 43-inch Mickey Thompson tires ripping through that dust. Again, definitely going to wreak havoc out here.
Hey, we're grateful for that breeze, though. Keeping the dust moving away at least. It really is a beautiful day here at Rush. Really lovely spring day. I know our crowd out here, everyone's settled in. They got their chairs, their easy ups, and a great view of the Mickey Thompson mountainside. It is a good day for racing, and this is the place to be this weekend, too, especially this being the Anniversary Bash weekend here at Rush. Lots of trails to enjoy. Matt mentioned they've got the food trucks out here.
Heck yeah. Got a Polaris out there on course right now. Again, we have a little bit of a variety out here. We got some Polaris, we got some Can-Ams. My dad's out here running the old Honda, you know. we have a bunch of variety out there.
That was a 96.991 for Clay Harris.
And talking about different manufacturers, we have a big variety of tire diameters. Again, Dean Roberts pulling that line. You can see he's running a much smaller tire, and we've noticed Tim Cameron do that. We have a handful of drivers that run a smaller tire, and the reason why is because they can actually spin that tire so much faster, which also takes a lot less abuse off the drivetrain, your axle shafts, differentials. So making sure we got our course clear out here. Then we do have quite a few flags out there. Our drivers got to keep straight.
We're letting the dust settle a little bit. Before we send Dean Roberts, our current points leader for the UTV stock class. He's got a 23-point lead right now over Robert Traynor, who's in that second place spot.
Yeah, that was a huge lead. And again, Robert Traynor is just just a guy that's coming out consistently, doing very, very well. Been an awesome competitor this season, but to have a 23-point lead was incredible.
Dean Roberts sitting on the line. I believe he may be our points leader for the year, if I'm not mistaken. He has been getting down, and I like his coach scheme on this buggy. The UTV stock class ready to.
Again, Dean also has a really great wrap, nice paint scheme. Very professional looking race car there.
Look good, drive good, Matt.
He is flying through there. Again, you can see those tires as he was rolling that straightaway. You can see all those tires in there. Kind of good layer of protection there in case we have a bouncer gets out of control.
Dean is on a mission. You can see why he's sitting in the lead right now. Time to beat right now is the 82 from Jay Stewart's. Dean is definitely on par to be our new leader.
I'm just going to go ahead and say this has got to be one of the fastest times of the day. Powers through the finish.
See what that time's going to be.
Ooh.
That's a 74.031 for Dean Roberts. Again, that's our new leader. That's going to be hard. That's going to be hard to beat.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Hillside Live. We are 5 drivers in on our UTV stock class, course 1, and Dean Roberts just laid down the fastest time so far. And I think that one is going to be tough to beat.
right, we got Austin Rutledge in that race line starting gate. Sounds like clock is hot. Here we go.
All right, let's do it, Austin.
Making nice, smooth work of that uphill section there. That last uphill section he's going, there's a little bit of a V there. We've seen some guys get kind of off camber and flip over right there.
Well, here's hoping we get through today with no rollovers, Matt. I think it's possible.
Yeah.
Whether or not it happens, we'll find out.
Our cup class will help decide that for us.
Yeah, that'll be the factor. But Austin is through the finish line. Let's check his time. .969. That is third place currently.
All right, looks like we got Logan Bundy sitting on the line.
Logan Bundy is on the line next. Logan drew number 13 and looks like he decided to stay in that 13th spot. If you guys are newer to the series, then a little fun kind of extra rule that we have is whoever draws number 13 can decide if they want to stay in that 13th spot or if they want to go first or they want to go last. And there are pros and cons depending on the course. A lot of times depending on the weather, if it's, muddy, dusty, if things might get dug out or whatever. So looks like Logan went ahead and stayed in 13th, and I think that'll be just fine for him.
Yeah, I think the
what
weather.
We're looking at today.
I think the weather really kind of plays a lot of role there because again, things can get dirty, muddy, rutted out there versus some of this rougher section like this weekend. If it's going to be dry, the guys in front of you may kind of smooth out some of those rough edges, kind of get a good, nice path worn in, so you kind of know where to go, so you're not kind of double guessing yourself. So, and I like that Clyde has those kind of little variations that kind of make it fun, kind of change it up a little bit.
Yeah, we try to keep things interesting around here. Logan's got a nice smooth run going. This might be good enough for a second place time right now. Let's find out.
All right, waiting to get the time.
That's an 81.922. Bree, you were right. That is
Second
good
place.
enough for second place.
That just seemed right, Matt.
It did.
85122. 81522. 81. I apologize.
That means we've got Don Curtis on the line next. Don is 5th in points coming into the weekend.
Don was our inaugural season champion of our VIN class with his big Chevy truck, which we always love seeing that big monster ripping through the woods. It was kind of the opposite of the sleekness of all of the, tube chassis vehicles we see in the Cup class and the Bouncer class. That sleek design, that super streamlined, and then you have a square cereal box racing through the woods, screaming with a 454.
Ooh.
Kind of a speed.
I think he took the top off of that ledge for the rest of them.
Yeah, that speed bump, a little kind of a bunny hill there. It's just enough to kind of make your suspension bottom
Just
out.
shaved a little off of it.
Yeah,
Smoothed it out a little for everybody.
He really did. Again, we talk about that number 13 spot being kind of a variance. I think you get a couple of guys to kind of smooth that out for you, and it definitely could speed up your time. Running at the end of the day. Don Curtis coming there now. I see his dad and mom come with him a lot of races. I think I've seen his dad here this weekend. They come and hang out.
Yeah, and they've got a pretty long haul, the Curtises. They come all the way from Kansas to race with us.
Yeah, that is quite a bit of haul from Kansas, especially like the West Virginia race has to be just like 20 hours for them or something ridiculous. He's ripping down that downhill section there. See what that time's going to be.
Ooh, 81.422. Looks to me like Don just moved himself into second place.
Yeah.
Pushing Logan Bundy. Logan had an 81.9. Don now with an 81.4. So your leader is still Dean Roberts with a 74. And then we've got Don and Logan.
All right, looks like Bert Sevey sitting on the line. Bert Sevey.
All right, we've got Bert Sevey on the line now. I mentioned for Jay's sake that there weren't too many trees on the course. I think it's also a good thing for Bert.
Yeah.
That there aren't too many trees close to the course up there, because he has had some rough luck with the trees last year and this year. We hate seeing that for him, but we're glad that he keeps coming back. We love watching Bert race, and also he's got both of his daughters racing this year in the youth class.
Definitely very cool to see a family who races together. I also love Bert's tenacity because he will take this thing out wheeling and just beat on it after the races. He has a lot of fun with this thing. He really gets out and has a good time. Just a really great dude. He's definitely got a few views on the old YouTube for us.
Yes, if you guys are not familiar with what we're talking about, last year at our season opener at Windrock, Bert unfortunately found a stump on the course that nobody else had found yet, but it did a number on his rig, and he continued. He got it fixed, kept racing with us the rest of the year. Come back out this season at Windrock. This year, last month?
Yeah.
And found another tree out there, and that one was rough too. So he's definitely.
He stood it straight up in the air. Dang it.
Oh no, Bert.
I was hoping he could put it back on his wheels. I was watching it, and it looked like it was going up, but I figured it'd come back down.
That was not what I was expecting to see.
Yeah.
Tires up in the air. We've got the thumbs up. He's good.
Again, we had talked about having no rollovers today, but looks like our stock class is going to be the first to enter that category.
Stock class said, watch this.
Hold my snacky snacks.
Well, like Matt was saying, Bert's he's persistent with his racing. He doesn't let any of the trees keep him from coming out and having a good time. Nope. Him and his family, they're such great people, fun to hang out with, and we're glad to have him back out here time and time again, racing this season with us.
Again, that's a great shot there, Bert Sevier. Unfortunately, he must have clipped. I guess you could see the buggy stand straight up in the air, and I wasn't sure if I was going to come back down again. We're looking from the bottom of the hill. Unfortunately, did not get it back on all fours. All right, we got an Amsoil action shot here.
The real question is, was a tree involved?
As it looks like
there was a tree involved. Oh, no.
You found a tree.
Oh. Hey, you know what? That was a lot better than last time, though.
Yes.
I doubt there was much, if any, damage done there. So he will be back for round 2. We've got our recovery crew working on helping Bert right now. Big shout out and thank you to everybody that helps with recovery, all of our staff and volunteers. You know, we wouldn't be able to put on an event like this, obviously, without, you know, a great recovery team. They help keep everybody safe and keep things moving smoothly.
Ken Keith, normally we see his Jeep covering the hill, going out there, pick stuff up or drop stuff off. I was listening to Little Tim talk the other day, and he said, I once wrecked a Jeep, tore some stuff up. We took it out of the wheels. He's like, 2 months after not being worked on, we had it at Keith's house. Keith said, "Oh, it's mine now." And then he said that was the very, very beginning of his recovery vehicle. So he said that was
I didn't know that.
many moons ago. But
I had not heard that story.
it was quite cool.
Well, we miss having Keith out here this weekend. It feels weird not having Keith, but we're still in good hands. We've got great recovery crew out there, so we're very thankful for all of them. And we are going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break while they continue that recovery, and then we'll be back with more UTV Stock Racing. This broadcast of the National Rock Racing Association is brought to you by Edelbrock, Mickey Thompson, Amsoil, and SCS Gearboxes.
Jeeps are crafted, designed, and built for off-road. But what if you give them more power, torque, capability? Edelbrock's newest supercharger system for JL, JT, and JK Jeeps gives you the edge you've been looking for. The trail doesn't take it easy, so why should your Jeep? Supercharge your Jeep for improved capability, power, while keeping your warranty and trust in your vehicle intact. Born for the trail. Now evolved to be the best. Edelbrock Superchargers. Add the power your Jeep's been missing.
The Mickey Thompson Premium Mud Terrain is on the road and full of undisputed attitude. The Baja Boss MT. No compromises, ever. We are purpose-built tires for truck and Jeep enthusiasts everywhere. All mud tires are not created equal, and here's the proof. Powerfly XD construction, asymmetrical tread design, extreme side biters, and more. Find your tire size today at MickeyThompsonTires.com.
Rick Goodwin here with the Edelbrock Group. We're so excited to kick off the 2026 season of the National Rock Racing Association, teaming up with racers and fans just like you. Starting off this weekend here in Rush, Kentucky is the Rush and Rowdy event, and we're so excited to see the performance hit the dirt. Edelbrock Group has a lot of brands, so we got Edelbrock, Comp Cams, Fast, TCI, Russell, and Lenati. Do you know what all those mean? It means American-made performance and also reliability, because we make all those performance parts in the United States. Here at Edelbrock, we have a lot of performance products for you, the off-road customer, from superchargers to cylinder heads. Anything you need to increase your performance, even if you're a carburetor guy, we got the new VRS Performance Race Carbs. We've got what you need to make that performance. At the Edelbrock Group, we have the best team of engine builders and technicians to help answer your calls and emails when it comes to speccing out the products you need for your off-road rig. Does that mean a supercharger for your new late model Jeep that's EO certified, to a custom one-off grinded camshaft for your buggy bouncer that needs a little bit more torque? We've got you taken care of from start to finish. You can deal direct, and we're excited to be a part of your racing opportunity. If you'd like to check out more about Edelbrock or Edelbrock Group, you can check us out online at www.edelbrockgroup.com. That'll give you all of our companies and our offerings. Also, check us out on social media.
All right, welcome back, guys. Looks like we're getting Bert Savior covered still. Wrapping that up. And again, thanks to Edelbrock, that great commercial they did this morning, and it's very cool to see them. We thank them. They're the supporting sponsor for this weekend, the Edelbrock Group. I know there's Comp Cams, and there's about a dozen or so brands all under that Edelbrock heading. Again, they've been doing race car parts long before I was born, back in the old hot rod days of street cars. So very, very cool to see them and appreciate their support through the season. So it looks like they're getting Bert off there, driving away. Again, we'll see him at course 2 here shortly, later on this afternoon.
Hey, we just like to see that Bert can drive off the course. That's the main thing.
Yeah, Bert also.
It's already an improvement over the last couple tree incidents.
Yeah, Bert also appreciates watching his buggy drive off the course
I'm sure he does.
well.
I'm sure he does. We are about a third, a little over, not quite half, through our list of drivers for Course 1 of UTV Stock. Our fastest time right now is still Dean Robbers with a 74. And then we've got Don Curtis with an 81.4 and Logan Bundy with an 81.9. Then we've got Jay Stortz and then Austin Rutledge also rounding out our top 5 currently. Good job, Jay. You got to stay in that top 5 of your featured driver. I see Brantley Havens on the line now. Brantley coming into this weekend 4th in points so far for the year.
That iconic cowboy hat on his graphic there on his door. We've seen that. We've seen him rock a mullet. We've seen all kinds of fun stuff from this kid. Again,
speaking of, do we think we're going to see him in a bouncer eventually? Because he started in our youth class and then the teen class, and now he's in the stock class.
Yeah.
It's a natural progression.
Because I think he did kind of test run.
Yeah, he did race. Yeah,
at one time. I wasn't like a full tilt race, but kind of got in there.
Filled in, yeah.
Got in there, got some seat time, and
we'll see. We'll give him a few years. You know, he's working his way up the ranks.
Yeah. Again, shout out to Justin Holback for letting some other guys test his bouncer out and get some seat time and kind of play with it a little bit.
Yeah, also we've got the WT. You can see the truck down, well, not anymore, but the truck parked down there by the starting line. That's doing some double duty as recovery vehicle today as well, with Keith not being here. Yeah. And then the Hobacks are always helping out, of course, with our youth class. They're a big part of helping to organize that. And then on the starting line as well. So we got to give a shout out to the Hoback family.
We're just making sure our recovery vehicles are back in their waiting spots. Making sure our course is all ready to go.
if we had our premium subscription that included radio chatter, you guys would enjoy that right now.
It is.
But we don't have it yet, so
Yes.
you're just
Yeah.
you're just missing out.
That premium feed would be worth it.
What do you guys think? Everybody out there joining us, if we offered a premium subscription.
I'm saying it's going to be like between $19.99 and like $29.99 a month.
And it came with radio chatter?
And it came with all access to radio chatter.
Oh, that's a real show a lot of the time.
And usually it's staff members heckling other staff members is most of it. And we're all really good friends. We spend so much time at races, eating meals together and stuff, that we have a good time. Again, talking about eating meals, Brentley Havens and his parents are always here hanging out.
Eating meals?
Eating meals. Oh, yeah. We made a few meals. I've actually had a pool party with them one time at a race. There was a couple families there at that hotel. We had a good time.
We do like to call it our race family, and it's true. We enjoy each other. We spend a lot of time together on our race weekends. We're all kind of scattered around the country in a lot of ways, at least around the Southeast, and we come together for our race weekends and have a lot of fun. So the race fam is, we say that the camaraderie of the sport is really what makes it special and sets it apart from a lot of other motorsports or just sports in general. And I think if you guys came out here and experienced it yourself, you'd see what we were talking about. A lot of these drivers, if they break something out here, then it's all the other drivers either in the pit or back at the campground that night, lending a hand, putting things back together, borrowing tools and parts, even though it might be their competitor that they'll be racing against. And that's just part of it. Brantley doing an awesome job with this course right now. Like that American flag waving off the back of the buggy. Ooh.
That's an 80.356. Bree, is that good enough?
That is a second place time right now. Dean Roberts still hanging on to lead with that 74, but Brantley now with that 80 moving into second place, and then Don Curtis with the 81.4 hanging on to third. Nicely done, Brantley.
Looks like we're going to be going to Patrick King. Patrick King sitting on the line.
Now we've got Patrick King on the race line starting gate.
I like that gold and black there. Kind of reminds me of Thomas Layer's buggy with that purple and gold.
I haven't seen him out here in a while.
He's going to be here this weekend.
Oh, nice.
I was there at his shop earlier last week working on my drive shafts. Took him over there, and we got I called him, and I said, so I have a drive shaft issue. I broke a drive shaft. I said, I have the small end. He said, yeah, and you're missing the big end, right? I said, yeah, that's kind of crazy. How'd you know that? He said, I'm looking at Clay Kaysen holding it up right now. I was like, what?
How did Clay get it?
Clay's in Kentucky. Thomas is in Indiana. I'm like, what? I'm so confused. What? He said, yeah, I'm down here helping them work on some of their side-by-side stuff, getting some drive screen. The Undertaker had been broken, so they were getting getting some drive shaft stuff taken care of that. He's like, I'll bring it back to the shop. I'll see you later this week. I was like, okay, well, that worked out. Just a very unfortunate, weird chain of events.
Patrick King leaving the line now.
I love his cage. Very cool cage work on that. And we have a lot of guys who build custom cages for their UTVs. Very, very neat to see. That is a really sharp turn.
Ride it out, Patrick. There you go.
That's a really sharp turn there, and it drops off fast. So if you don't make it, you kind of fully commit to it. Just like Patrick did there, kind of backed up and sent it. And as long as you keep your momentum going, I think you're okay. It's when that momentum stops that things...
Momentum can fix a lot of things.
It really can. I feel like Danny Smith taught me more of that than anything. Danny Smith did some acrobatics in a bouncer with momentum. Ooh.
We'll have a little trouble on the ledges.
He might have been a little gun shafter, Bert. Almost looked like the front wasn't pulling there for a second.
It's hard to see through the
Yeah.
dust. Come on, Patrick.
Get up there.
There it is.
Literally just crawling his way to the top there.
Yeah, he had to fight for that one. But the good news is, Matt, it's all downhill from here. And he is through the finish line.
See what that time's going to be.
1:36.149 for Patrick King. I see Justin Hoback on the line now.
All right, looks like
Justin normally work at our race line starting gate. We see him a lot of times on the weekends working our race line starting gate on for the UTV and bouncer. Shout out to him. His whole family does a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff for us, so we appreciate his whole family, as well as us children, both race in our youth and our teen class.
Yeah, this buggy's doing double duty this season now,
Yeah.
racing in the stock and the teen class.
Clara getting out there and racing in the teen class again. She actually jumped up early. Very cool to see. We have a handful of drivers that have all jumped up from our teen or our youth class early, and it's very neat to see someone step up and compete in a class early than they have to, just because they want a little more competitive advantage. Again, getting used to that. Very neat to see.
Right. By early age.
Yes.
She hasn't officially aged out of the youth class yet, but decided at 10 years old to go ahead and jump into the teen class because she was ready for the experience. So, yeah, that's been really cool to see. Justin leaving the line now.
Can you see him check it up just a little bit there? that speed bump that Clyde, I'm sure, carefully put in. I'm sure stopping before that turn reduces a whole bunch of dust. Can also shout out to all our cameramen and camera ladies this weekend out there on course. Was all of our media crews.
Let's check his time.
All right, let's see
Good
what
smooth
Justin
run.
Hoback's time is. Look fast.
Ooh.
That's an 81.709. I know we got a handful of that 81s.
Justin Hoback right now.
I think that's a
Third place?
fourth place. Wait a second. We got Dean Roberts in first with that 74
yeah.
still.
Wow.
Then we've got Brantley Havens with an 80. Don Curtis with an 81.4.
Ooh.
And Justin Hoback then with an 81.7. And then we've got Logan Bundy with an 81.9.
I was just going to say that same thing. Like,
Wow.
right, literally, we have 3 times, all with 81 point something.
And this is not a short course.
Oh, Yeah, when
Always amazing to
when
me.
you're running a 1.5-minute long course and you're still separated by fractions of a second, it always blows my mind. It just shows how tight these guys are battling.
And we are halfway through course 1 for the UTV stock class now. Our first class racing this weekend here at Rush Off-Road Park. Tyler Carter on the line now.
Carter sitting on the line. Tyler Carter, let's get it.
Again, we got a couple hairpin turns on this first bottom half of this course. Again, very neat to see these guys kind of come up, whip around, and come right back down. Ooh, kind of thrashing going downhill there.
Oh. Wait, he's still moving.
We're going to try to see if we can get off this hill and get to the finish line. He's so close.
Ooh, that was a tough lick.
He backed up.
All right, we're coming down the hill and the fire extinguisher just for...
I said he backed up. I thought he was going to be able to keep going.
I was not expecting that, Matt.
Yeah.
You can't park there, sir. You cannot park there.
We're going to get recovery, checking him out and giving him some assistance now. That was Tyler Carter.
That stinks. All right.
Oh,
Why
he's
we
so
get
close.
pulled off course, it's going to take a minute. And I said might have quite a bit of stuff. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with tons more racing action right after these messages.
Rebirthed from the depths of Baja, Mickey Thompson Tires announces a new American mud terrain legend. The new Baja Legend MTZ. Silica reinforced T4 tread compound. Powerply 3-ply construction. Improved 4-pitch side biters. Proven MTZ tread styling for undisputed traction. 35 different sizes, and one is just waiting for your rig. The Baja Legend MTZ.
Don't let waiting in line for service sideline your machine. Eliminate the wait and save money by doing it yourself. AMSOIL makes it simple with oil change kits that include exactly what you need in one convenient package. Choosing the right kit is also simple. Just plug your ride into the Shop by Vehicle tool at AMSOIL.com and have your kit delivered right to your door. Get the protection you demand and the performance you deserve. Order now at AMSOIL.com.
Jeeps are crafted, designed, and built for off-road. But what if you give them more power, torque, capability? Edelbrock's newest supercharger system for JL, JT, and JK Jeeps gives you the edge you've been looking for. The trail doesn't take it easy, so why should your Jeep? Supercharge your Jeep for improved capability, power, while keeping your warranty and trust in your vehicle intact. Born for the trail. Now evolved to be the best. Edelbrock Superchargers. Add the power your Jeep's been missing.
No matter where your ride takes you. Whether it's a quick trip or a slow climb. When you choose RCV Performance Axles, you're guaranteed to finish every time.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still working on that recovery for Tyler Carter. Before we continue with our racing, we are about halfway through, just a little over halfway. This is only course 1, though, for UTV stock. So we will be going into course 1 for our RCV Axle UTV Cup class next. And then, of course, we will run it all back for course 2 for both classes. So we got a whole lot of racing still coming at you today. If you are just joining us here on the show or just jumped on recently, welcome to Hillside Live. You're hanging out with Bree and Matt. We are here at Rush Off-Road Park in Rush, Kentucky for the 3rd race of the National Rock Racing Association. This weekend presented by Edelbrock, and we are having a great day out here at Rush. It's their anniversary bash weekend. We got an awesome crowd, some nice sunshine to enjoy, and some fun racing to watch. So it's a good weekend here in Kentucky. Thank you to our online audience for joining us on Rock Racing TV, and also to our television audience for joining us on Power Sports World.
Yeah, hopefully they're sitting somewhere in a big comfy chair, relaxed, drinking some ice-cold sweet tea, enjoying the view.
And if you guys think that you would like to come and watch a race in person, if you've never done it before, we definitely recommend it. As much as we love that you can join us for the show, we would love for you to join us in person even more. It's a lot of fun. You can head to nationalrockracing.com and check out our schedule of events for the rest of the season, and hopefully one of those will be close enough to you for you to be able to come on out in person. But if not, as always, we love having you guys join us here on Hillside Live.
Definitely a good crowd packing in here. I'm sure tomorrow's going to be even crazier. I know we have some great food vendors as well as some merch vendors on site, in case you want to get some cool swag or have some broken parts when you're out trail riding tonight.
Yeah, they've got 7,000 acres here at Rush Off-Road Park with over 100 miles of trails, so there is plenty of riding to be had. This park is the only UTV survival race that I ever did. We did here at Rush.
Yeah?
I forget how many years ago now, maybe like 7 years or something. It's been a while. But man, that was fun. Because it was so different from all the other racing, like, rock bouncing that I've done until then. So Jody Ford let my dad and I borrow his RZR, and we went out and took that thing. I forget how many miles the course was and how many laps. I mean, I cut a tire and then that brought me in after, I don't know, but we were out there for a couple hours. So
I'm sure.
That is something totally different. It was fun because you're going as fast as you can.
Yes.
You're weaving through the trees, you're dropping down the rocks, and you just feel like you're just flying, right? Like you're like it's Star Wars, like pod racing.
Yes. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, James Cantrell or somebody like that comes up flying behind you, and they've got their lights on, and you're like, "Oh no, I got to pull over and let them fly by." And then you try and keep up for a second, and you're like, "No, that's not going to happen." So it was a lot of fun. My dad and I did that together, and that was a good memory from racing here at Rush Off-Road. And then that same weekend, I won the women's class in the Avenger and the Bouncer, and got to stand on top of the podium and do my bottle of champagne, spray it out and everything.
Very
cool. I got some good memories here at Rush. Been here for the Mega Truck Series. That was over 10 years ago, probably maybe about 10 years. Done all kinds of stuff over the last decade here at Rush. Had a lot of different racing experiences and a lot of fun memories.
I say my first time was in the Joe Dirt Buggy racing here 10 years ago. Back when he had the big jump we had to hit. That was a lot of fun.
On this side?
Yep, right here.
Yep.
Yeah, we sent her. It was a good time. Luckily, it made it over, and we kept it going. I was a little terrified. I'm like, this thing's going to just die. We had a 460 big block on nitrous. with 2.5-ton Rockwells. It was a heavy, heavy buggy.
What happened to that buggy?
Sean Cross bought it back from me. Then he traded it to somebody, did some wheeling and dealing. And then a couple years after that, he got it back, turned it into Pennywise.
Oh.
And unveiled
I didn't know that was the same.
Started racing a little bit there, did some racing with it. And then I think it's his wife's daughter who turned it into changed wraps, did some stuff with it, and changed it into the Drama Queen buggy.
Oh,
and she raced it for a little while. So
gotcha.
I can't remember her name, but
so it's it's a few reincarnations now.
They got, I think when he made it Pennywise, I think he turned around and made 1-tons and changed some suspension stuff.
Gotcha.
Went to Sticky Tire. We had Super Swamper boggers on there, I think, in the beginning. Just very big, heavy, like a DOT tire. And so then he went to a Sticky Tire after that with aluminum wheels. We had steel wheels, so little different wheel and tire package, but very, very cool. So it had a couple revisions. Very cool to see that back out there again. Like I know Sean's done some stuff with it. He's got that the car that takes up most of his time, the Greta, which is a very interesting car. If you guys go on YouTube, you can type in Sean Cross and pull his stuff up.
What does he call it?
I think it's Greta. Is the
I
car
thought it was
car.
something about. Didn't he have something about a pinto bean?
He did. That was the Mean Bean.
The Mean Bean.
And that was
the Pinto.
Yeah, that was before the Joe Dirt buggy.
Gotcha.
So it was.
We're digging back into the archives now. We're going back away.
That was like 12 to 15 years ago, probably.
Yep. All right. Well, Matt and I are enjoying our reminiscing here, but they're still working on that recovery on the hill. So we are going to send you guys to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back to continue that racing action.
Oil products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
What you want? No matter where your ride takes you. Come on. Whether it's a quick trip or a slow climb. Come on. When you choose RCV Performance Axles, you're guaranteed to finish every time.
Hey, oh my goodness, he neutral dropped it. That's about a 5,000 RPM neutral drop.
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here on Hillside Live at Rush Off-Road Park in Rush, Kentucky this weekend. And I do believe we are ready to send our next contestant off the line. Looks like Noah Butler has been waiting patiently.
Yeah.
And he is ready to rock and roll. We got our recovery finish now. And Noah is coming off a 5th place finish from our last race at Wildcat. Noah actually raced with us first in the team class at Windrock, and then did the stock class at Wildcat. He won the team class, came in 5th in stock class at our last event and is back here in the stock class again today. So Noah doing an awesome job getting a little rowdy coming down the hill.
Noah got some new stickers made up for his racing program he brought around last week. Got one up, very cool. We always love when drivers get cool stickers made with their race program on it.
The way to Matt's heart is merch and snacks.
It really is. It really is.
If you guys haven't figured that out yet.
I'm a simple man. You know, you give me something to eat, something to wear, we're going to be best friends.
A sticker and a snack. That's all he needs. A sticker and a snicker.
Stickers and a sticker. It's true. Well, there he goes, out the top.
Noah's making quick work of this course.
Right there, you can step in front of that buggy drop down. There's a couple big ledges, and then the second one's about right here. You can see him check up a little bit. There's right there that last big ledge. Some of our Cup guys are going to probably launch off with there with a little more suspension travel.
Let's see what the time is.
Oh, my goodness. 8-1.
Wow.
.685. That is our fourth 81 point something. Oh, it is crazy. So we've got an 81.4, 81.6, 81.7, and 81.9.
Jeez.
But Dean Roberts still sitting squarely in the lead with that 74, and then Brantley Havens with an 80 in second. And then that means Don Curtis with the 81.4 still hanging on to third. Caden Phillips on the line. I think that there must be some kind of like a ditch in that lane because everyone's checking up just a little bit, and we can't see it from down here.
Again, we have a couple of bunny hills at the bottom right for the turn, so I think that was a little more strategery there to help kind of keep guys from slide into that curve.
There are always the hidden obstacles on the course that we can't see both from the camera or unless you're actually driving the course yourself.
Yeah.
There's always going to be the rocks or the stumps or the ditch or the ledge or the whatever out there that you don't see unless you're the one driving the course.
Okay. Let's see if we get a time.
95.172 for Caden Phillips.
Ninth place. 95.172.
All right, we got Nathan Carter down there in that race line stadium gig. Got a couple teal cages out there this weekend. I think everybody enjoys that first little hairpin because you go up and then you immediately turn and come right back down.
So we have at least two Carters racing with us today. We had three of them racing with us at Wildcat. They're all related. 2 brothers and a cousin, I believe.
Okay.
Something like that. Not sure which 2 what the relation is between the 2 we have out here today. But I think it's fun to see when we can get, a friend group or like siblings that are like, this is fun, we should all go do this, and they make it happen for the season or for the race weekend or whatever. But I'm glad to have the Carters joining us with the NRRA this season.
I feel like that's a Guy Ritchie movie. 2 brothers and a cousin. Like, what do you? Don't worry about it.
And a razor.
Yeah, for real.
Throw that in there somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 brothers and a cousin, presented by Polaris.
Presented by Polaris. The best a man can get.
Directed by.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie. Guy Ritchie film.
Uh-oh. He's lost. He's coming down the wrong trail. He should not be that far over into the trees.
Yeah.
I think he's got it figured out.
Yeah, he went a little
scenic route.
Yeah, went a little too far, but that's okay. You got to turn back around. Yeah, as long as you stay on the flags, you're good. Yeah. Yeah, still got it corrected in time. All right, he did come back on course, but it wasn't where he left the course at, unfortunately.
So, Matt, why don't you explain why that's a DNF?
And again, this kind of goes back just to looking at most people would not use this as a strategy for racing, but there are a few guys that would be a little mischievous. So if you exit a course, you have to return the course at the exact same spot you left it at. And the reason for that is sometimes you could go, let's say, you go outside of a flag, but it just happens to be where the hardest part is at. To a guy who's trying to shave a few seconds off here or there, you go, oh, I went off the course, but I came right back on. Yes, but you went around the hardest part. Right. Now, I'm not saying that's what this driver did, but there could be guys that, maybe looking for a little advantage time-wise. So they have to enter right back where they exited. Unfortunately, he did come back on course, but it wasn't where he had left it at. But
right. So if you do get lost or you make a wrong turn on course, you can fix it before you cross the finish line. But like Matt said, it has to be at the same point that you left the correct course. You got to come back on it in the same spot and then continue on.
And a guy who's no stranger to being off course, Mr. Robert Trainer. He's a guy who's been racing with us quite a while. He's put on some pretty wild runs. His son, Ramsey Trainer, they were both walking around up there, said they got some sweet new merch for us.
Oh.
He said, can't tell yet, but he said, I can't give all the details out, but he said we do have some sweet new merch coming. We've got some of it done. We're waiting on the rest of the T-shirts coming through for you and Bree. So I'm pretty excited. Again, the whole Trainer family is usually out here in support.
Robert is coming into the weekend second in points behind Dean Robbers. He also had a second-place finish at our last race at Wildcat. Definitely a very strong first quarter of the season so far. Or I guess third of the season.
Yeah, we're a third of the way done.
Wow, that's weird.
I know, it's crazy. Robert was moving. See what that time is going to be. .043 for Robert Trainer.
Looks like we've got Cohen Ellison on the line next.
All right, we got Cooper Bentley.
Oh, they're pulling a little change up on us.
We got
I noticed that Cohen wasn't at the driver's meeting.
Yeah. Cooper Bentley racing for Cohen Ellison. Again, that Ellison Racing crew. You can see their red rigs with that cool logo.
They picked a dead ringer, if you ask me.
Well, if you got to have a stunt driver, Cooper Bentley is definitely a good choice. I think Cooper filled in for Cohen at Wildcat, too, didn't he?
I know at Wildcat we had a few stunt drivers.
It's a big commitment to try and make all races for the whole season, especially with the travel that's involved and, other life stuff that's going on, other commitments. So when something comes up and a driver can't make it, then we like to call them stunt drivers, but they'll often get someone that can fill in for them, as Cohen did with Cooper today.
All right, clock is hot.
All right, Cooper, the time to beat is a 74. That's going to be tough.
Yeah. Cooper is quick, but that is a very fast time. Cooper's no stranger to getting out there and laying her down. Again, he raced UTV before he raced Bouncer, but he'll be out racing Bouncer with us this weekend. His dad, Aaron, was one of our wranglers last weekend during our youth class.
Oh, it's going to be a pretty good time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be enough to beat that 74. Let's find out. $78.548. Very close. That's a second place time right now. That means Brantley Havens is now in third. And we're about 2/3 of the way through course 1 for UTV stock, with Jamie Fortin leaving the line. Matt, you ever thought about putting that Honda Talon in the stock class?
We actually were talking about it on the way here.
Yeah. That would be the first Talon that we've ever had.
Yeah, me and my dad were actually discussing that because we did pack a race suit and a helmet for this weekend, so an extra. So we were talking about maybe doing some racing. It's got a factory cage, so we were talking about we'd have to probably change the cage just to get a little more safety related. Put a 5-way harness in there instead of just a lap belt. So there's a few.
Oh yeah, you gotta have a harness.
There's a few things that I would like to see if my dad's gonna come out and race it.
All right, well, you got a couple weeks until our next race.
Trust me, we discussed it actually. I was just saying how much fun it could be. My dad is pretty
Would your dad be the one driving it?
Yeah, I would definitely put him in it. 100%.
Okay,
100%.
yeah, we want to see that.
I do too. The problem is my dad is kind of a go for the gusto kind of guy.
Yeah?
I put him up there with DC Thompson. I
definitely want to see that.
He's also 68, and he forgets that sometimes.
No, it's what keeps him young. This is,
Yeah.
Move it or lose it, right?
Yeah, it's true.
You got to keep moving it.
Let's see what Jamie's time is.
Let's check Jamie's time. That was a good smooth run.
Yeah. Also, we're up in some teal on
there. Is it going to be another 81?
That's a 93.928 for Jamie Fulton. Yeah, I look like teal is blue and yellow, but
Matt, you got a teal radar like no other.
When it was like for the first 8 years there was no teal, and now I'm seeing that little sporadics on. And usually somebody will post a picture on the internet or on social media somewhere, and 50 people tag me in it. They're like, "Oh yeah." So we were actually.
I'm not gonna lie. When I see teal stuff now too, I'm like, "Oh, Matt would like that."
I do. Well, it's little teal towels, teal hairbrushes. I'm like, you know what? I could get that. I got a teal towel. I have a little toiletry bag. I had it custom made from a lady who does leather goods, and she made a white cowhide with a teal embroidered leather
fancy.
zipper. It's super. It took me 6 months to get from the time I had her make it, and it's very, very cool.
I think mine's from Walmart. So yeah.
Well, how this started? I went to Walmart one day and I couldn't find any of them, and all the ones they had were kind of trash, quality. And I'm like, I travel so much, I have to have really good quality stuff. So I started looking into it, and I found this lady who made toiletry bags, and I was like, I seen she had some
Why not make it teal?
Some white cowhide stuff, and so she made one teal and white.
Well, we've got a second here. Let's go ahead and look at our top 10 right now. We've got Dean Roberts hanging on to the lead, followed by Cohen Ellison with Cooper Bentley behind the wheel. And then we've got Brantley Havens, Don Curtis, and Noah Butler, your top 5 right now.
Justin Holback, rounding our 6th place, Logan Bundy, Jay Stortz, Robert Traynor, and Austin Rutledge wrapping out that top 10.
We've got just a handful of drivers left for Course 1 of the UTV stock class. I believe we should have Tucker Sessler on the line next.
You got a real sharp, dark purple there. Running that 360 camera off the back. Again, make some cool footage. Especially some of these hairpin turns at the top of the hill. And we always say we utilize the whole Mickey Thompson Mountain. And I feel like this weekend we are definitely utilizing every uphill and downhill section. It's like Wildcat, same way. We use so much of that hill.
Yeah, with 7 different classes racing and doing 2 courses per class. Some of the classes will run the same course twice, but it's a lot of racing to do in one area. And luckily, we're able to make it happen at all the parks that we race at because we want it to be spectator friendly and safe for the spectators. We've got to be able to set everything up in one spot.
Yeah.
And race everyone in one spot. So the sport has evolved a lot over the years to be able to get us to this point where we're not all standing on the hillside in the trees watching the racing action anymore.
On the edge of it.
I, for one, am glad for that. Yeah. Vast improvement.
And I like that. You said it's good viewing area, but also safe for the spectators.
Yes.
Because there's some areas that are really great viewing, just not real safe. So.
Yeah, when the dirt and rocks are flying and the racing is getting rowdy, you gotta plan ahead for that. Make sure everybody will be safe and be able to have a good view of the racing action.
Yeah.
Let's check that time for Tucker Sessler. 85.610. Daniel Heckley on the line next.
I talked to him a little bit this morning. Well, I said, hey, how's your bouncer doing? Are you okay? I was kind of teasing him a little bit because he's had 2 DNFs in 2 courses. He's like, it's been rough.
Yeah, it's been a tough start to the season.
But to be fair, Wildcat really wasn't my fault. The rear steer stuck open. Yeah. I said, well, we did see that you can go back in the Amsoil action shot and kind of watch that and see that the rear steer had stuck open. And he said that's not something really you anticipate during high-speed racing. So,
no, it's not.
So he said, when that does happen, it definitely throws you off a little bit. And he said, I knew it. Once the buggy started to come over, he said, I knew it, but it's already too late. It
all happened so quickly at that point.
And it's not like Daniel doesn't drive moderately. He's a full sin kind of guy.
Speaking of full sin, he has been putting this Can-Am to the test in the stock class for a couple seasons now.
He's got a co-driver
I was going to say, he's got someone riding with him this time, too.
What brave individual thought that'd be a good idea.
He did have a 4th place finish in the stock class at Wildcat. Not too shabby. Since Brandon Davis isn't here this weekend with the Can-Am that can. Oh! What was that, Daniel?
I saw him clip it, but I wasn't 100% what was happening.
Well, I was trying to say it's a good thing we've got another Can-Am that can out here representing, and that'll show you right there. That thing sure can. Look at it go, even after a backflip down the hill. Let's check out our AMSOIL action shot while we wait on that time.
At 84.245, right behind our 81s, but get our AMSOIL action shot here. And you can see him kind of clip that ledge. It looks like he had that same spot, that same tree that Bert Sevi.
I think that's the exact same spot and tree.
Luckily was able to put it right back on its wheels. I saw the dust, and I was like, oh, it's good. And
Why
I was
is
like,
it?
And then all of a sudden, I saw his rear end cutting down. I was like, that's not good.
And Daniel is another one of our drivers that has struggled with the trees over the last couple seasons. It's like Jay and Daniel and Bert.
And Jay and Daniel own tree businesses. Like, you guys see trees all the time.
They just can't escape it.
You don't need to see them on the weekends.
Hey, for him to be able to pull off that backflip and then still finish the course, though, that's what we like to see.
We love it.
We have just 3 drivers left, maybe only 2 drivers left, I believe, in our stock class course 1 before we're moving on to cup class. Richard Hodges on the line. Been a little while since we've had Richard out here racing with us. Used to seeing him in the bouncer class. Glad to have him back out here and racing UTV this time.
Yeah, we've seen him do quite a bit of racing with us. I've seen him doing some maintenance this week on it. He was Snapchatting me a little bit.
Richard comes from, is it North Carolina?
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Lives over by Justin Wills. Not too far. For those guys, they're not too far from each other. I know they've tag teamed before and put rigs together. And there we go.
That's a good run.
Yeah.
I believe that was an 85.517 for Richard Hodges. Looks like Max Lawrence is going to be wrapping up course 1 for us. We're used to seeing Coy Chappell piloting this buggy. We saw him racing in it last season. I believe it was built by Max Lawrence, though.
Yes. Yeah, and he, Coy bought Tim Cameron's old chassis. I was talking to Timmy this morning. I said, I have some questions, because me and Coy will Snapchat a little bit, and I saw him racing a...
Just some?
Yeah, a little bit. We Snapchat some. And so I saw he is racing a dirt track, much like Timmy's.
Yeah, that's right.
And so I saw chat, and he said, he bought my old chassis that I raced last year. So Coy picked that up and is doing some racing this year and really loving it. Again, this gold cage just pops out on that teal and white. Very, very beautiful car. He is flying through there right now.
I think Coy finished like 3rd or something last year.
Very good, very competitive.
Yeah. So, we know this is a very capable rig. We've seen lay down some fast times.
He is just lighting on fire right now.
He's coming for Dean Roberts' top time right now.
He said, I'll be the Can-Am that can, trust me. Yeah, he is definitely going to give Dean a run for his money. There we go. He is flying.
Let's check that time.
That's a 71.298.
That is first place on course 1.
Wow.
Dean was our 5th driver, and he held on to that top spot all the way until our last driver went, and Max Lawrence just laid down that smoking fast 71. Well done to Max. That was a good run.
And you could tell Max was flying. Again, a lot of times you see a driver moving through there, you don't know if it's going to be a fast time. Sometimes it just looks very like the buggy is moving quick because of the way the suspension cycles, but definitely impressive for Max to come in there at the end and squeak out that number 1 spot. All right, and here's our top 10 as course 1 here at Rush Off-Road Park. We got Max Lawrence again just squeaking out that run. That number 1 spot, Dean Roberts coming in 2nd, Cohen Ellison sitting in 3rd by Cooper Bentley. Brentley Haven sitting in 4th, and Mr. Don Curtis not rounding out that hot 5.
Then we got Noah Butler, Justin Hoback, Logan Bundy, Jay Stortz, and Robert Traynor to finish out our top 10 for course 1.
All right, we're going to get everything reset and get ready to start our course 1 for our UTV Cup. And why we do that, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back right after these messages.
The trail doesn't take it easy, so why should your Jeep? Supercharge your Jeep for improved capability, power, while keeping your warranty and trust in your vehicle intact. Born for the trail. Now evolved to be the best. Edelbrock Superchargers. Add the power your Jeep's been missing.
If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are wrapping up, getting our course cleared and getting reset so we can start sending our RCV Axle UTV Cup class.
Yeah, I see Clyde walking this way. I think they were getting all our timer systems set up. A lot of times guys are ripping through. There is a little bit of mud and water down there, so some of the guys were kind of flinging debris down. They were kind of cleaning everything off to make sure we have a nice, good timing system. Everything's very efficient. I know sometimes they got to double-check rocks, debris, dust that gets in between there, so making sure everything's lined up and getting everybody situated.
Yeah, we've got a good lineup for our Cup class today. I see a lot of familiar names and a couple that are newer for the season, so should be a good time. And then, of course, we'll be back for round 2 for everybody.
Yeah.
So we are 1/4 of the way through today's racing. So
Literally.
we got a lot of action still coming at you. Hope you guys are enjoying the show here with us. Thanks for hanging out with me and Matt today. Thank you to our online crew for joining us on Rock Racing TV YouTube channel, and to our television audience for joining us on Power Sports World. And if you guys miss any of the action, you can always go back and check it out on Rock Racing TV YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And, of course, we'll have a full day tomorrow as well. So you clear your calendar and get ready for some great racing action.
Yeah, and they're calling for a little bit of rain, but I've heard several people say it's in the afternoon. I said, well, okay, are we talking like 12:30 or are we talking like 8:30? Like, what is afternoon? Because that's kind of a gray area. So I know that, again, calling in that weather, and the reason why we look at this, so there's a lot of dust out there. We've seen a lot of it so far this morning. Luckily, we have a great breeze. It's beautiful weather here today.
Yep.
The breeze, my brother texted me a little bit ago, hey, is there a lot of dust today? I said, there is, but luckily
it's moving out pretty quickly.
It's carrying out, which is nice.
Up.
So I will gladly take that versus all the mud. And, again, the course can rapidly change. So if you have maybe half the lineup through the course and it starts pouring down rain, the second half, that whole thing could definitely challenge and definitely change things and modify that course to make it much more difficult or much easier depending on, again, what kind of course you're doing. Now, it looks like we have our first victim down in that race line starting gate. We call
them racers. Matt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bounty is more of a victim. Our Bounty class are more victim. They're brave individuals.
Travis Cooper is on the course, kicking things off for course 1 for the UTV Cup class. I believe Travis was a late entry as well, so he'll be having to start things off for us for both rounds. No pressure, Travis.
Yeah, no pressure. And also very cool to see a guy come out and be like, hey, I want to race. I'm also going to start off all the classes I race with a starting, be the first driver out. Again, Travis doing great work on that downhill section.
And it's through the finish line. Let's check out 76.752 for Travis Cooper. Austin Tidwell is leaving the line now. Alston coming from Alabama to race with us. He's also racing in the Bounty class tomorrow as well.
Again, that's a rough class. I mean, for a guy in a side-by-side racing, it's a pretty brutal course.
Well, oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Pulled the disappearing act in the dust.
I think there's some tape up there, so I think it's kind of he was pausing to make sure he was going the right way, which is important. That's a 103.493 for Austin Tidwell.
So Jesse Riley's got a sub driver. This is Brantley Havens, his first time running the Cup class and a chassis like this. We're excited to see him take it on.
Looks like Jesse Riley on the line now. Oh, and he's got a stunt driver. This is Brantley Havens driving for Jesse Riley. Get it, Brantley.
Ooh. There we go. I like it.
Brantley's like, drive it like a rental.
Yes, he is.
Well, we were talking about Brantley's progression through all the classes in the series, so it makes sense for him to be racing in the Cup class this weekend.
You're definitely doing good work. Again, very impressive to see him out here in the Cup class. Those couple ledges there are just absolutely brutal.
All right, he's making his way down the final descent.
Yeah, just because it's downhill doesn't mean that this easy.
Yeah.
That's still a rough descent. Uh-oh. Come on, Brantley.
Yeah, he kind of paused on flat ground. I'm not sure what was going on there. Not sure if something's...
110.945 for Brantley Havens, running for Jesse Riley. I see some black and green on the line, Matt. We know what that means. Tim Cameron.
I'll be like, it's Timmy time. We should have a green and black graphic that flashes. It's Timmy time. He broke in the UTV at the last race.
Yeah, that's right.
Sheared the pinion that comes out that attached there and broke it off. I know that because in course 2 he was watching us from the trailer, which is super cool. He's like, yeah, I'm a lounger. He has a big screen TV set up. He's watching us, and he took a picture of us and then sent me a screenshot of the broken pinion because we were talking about something in the diff, and it was technically right outside the diff, but yeah, and again, when you're pushing these rigs as hard as these guys do, sooner or later something's got to give.
Fastest time right now on course 1 is a 76. But I think Timmy's about to set the bar a little higher for everybody else.
That's a 67.057, and your new leader, Mr. Tim Cameron. Well, we have a lot of guys on that list. I think they're going to definitely try to change that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's one of them on the line right now, Casey Howell. Casey took the win at Wildcat, our last race. He's also second in points overall right now, coming into the weekend, just 10 points behind Clay Kaysen, who's leading in points.
Let's get it done.
That DNF for Timmy at Wildcat did hurt him for points-wise.
Sure, it knocked him down a little bit. Get that minus 50. It's pretty brutal.
That'll do it. All right, Casey, here we go.
Nice, smooth run there.
Grateful for our drone footage.
Yeah.
From Dearborn Drone Co. Doing some great work again for us this weekend. Eating a little dust along the way.
Yeah.
Nice run from Casey.
See what that time's going to be.
72.586 for Casey Howell. We got Cooper Bentley on the line next.
We're going to see what he's about to do.
All right, clock is hot. Here we go.
Whoa, Cooper. Easy does it.
Yeah, that ledge kind of sends people flying, but we want a nice smooth landing there.
I think Cooper knows that nice and smooth are not enough to beat Timmy, though. More like Fast and Furious.
Yeah. He is moving there.
Let's see what we got. That was a good run.
Yeah, very smooth.
Ooh. 65.331. That was a good run. That was good enough for first place right now.
Wow.
Fast and Furious did it. Cooper sitting in the lead, now pushing Timmy down to second. We're about third of the way through Course 1 for the RCV Axle UTV Cup class, and we've got Clay Kaysen on the line next. Are we about to see another new leader?
Speaking of beating that #1 time, this is a guy who's going to definitely try to do that.
Clay is leading in points. He's got a 10-point lead over second place, which is Casey Howell right now coming into this weekend. Clay had a second place finish at Wildcat, our last event. And the time to beat right now is a 65 from Cooper.
He is flying. He was talking about how he's going to take some of these steep there, about how to jumping versus going straight. See what that time's going to be. Ooh, 67.764. Not quite fast enough to take that #1 spot. Looks like he's coming in third. Man.
Still a very fast run from Clay. It's going to be hard to shake up that top 3 that we've got right now.
Sitting on the line, ready to roll.
Landon Kahn on the line. Landon drew number 13, but it looks like he decided to stay in that 13th position.
Oh, man, I think he bellied out a little bit there. There we go. Woo! Getting a little squirrely down here. And this is a pretty gnarly uphill section right here.
Yeah, honestly,
There we
these
go.
guys are making the uphill, especially the rocky ledges, look pretty easy.
Yeah.
Some of them, anyway.
Some of them.
Nice run from Landon.
$107.266.
107.266 for Landon Kahn. Looks like David Darnell in that race line starting gate next.
David's been racing for us quite a while as well. His daughter, Maddie, races with us. Again, a family that races together, stays together.
That's right. David and Maddie come out of Philpott, Kentucky to race with us.
Okay.
I have no idea where that is
Yeah.
or how far it is from where we are in Rush, Kentucky right now.
We have quite a few Kentucky racers.
We do. So we got Kentucky and Tennessee, Alabama.
Yeah.
Good places to be for off-road racing.
Yeah, if you're off-roading, those are great places to be.
This is David's third season racing with us here with the NRRA. Speaking of, you said he'd been racing with us for a while.
I wonder if Maddie's been racing the same amount of time. I feel like she started racing before he did, but maybe that's wrong.
No, I think the teen class was the first time she raced with us, so last year.
All right. While I get our course clear and make sure things ready to go, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more racing action right after this.
There's only one tire brand that can call itself legendary. Rebirthed from the depths of Baja and representing decades of racing heritage, Mickey Thompson Tires announces a new American mud terrain legend. This dominating tire is purpose-built for thrill seekers everywhere. The new Baja Legend MTZ. It's time to get what you really want in a tire. Silica reinforced T4 tread compound for enhanced wet performance. PowerPly 3-ply construction for sidewall protection and responsive handling. Improved 4-pitch side biters for bold looks and off-road grip. Proven MTZ tread styling for undisputed traction. 35 different sizes, and one is just waiting for your rig. Gear up and roll with the American mud terrain legend, the Baja Legend MTZ.
Mm-hmm. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 1
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicle. Our Shop by Vehicle tool takes the guesswork out of picking the right oil and filter for your vehicle. Then choose the best product and packaging option for you and get everything you need to complete the job shipped right to your door for the protection you demand and the performance you deserve. Shop by Vehicle at AMSOIL.com.
Rebirthed from the depths of Baja, Mickey Thompson Tires announces a new American mud terrain legend. The new Baja Legend MTZ. Silica reinforced T4 tread compound. Powerply 3-ply construction. Improved 4-pitch side biters. Proven MTZ tread styling for undisputed traction. 35 different sizes, and one is just waiting for your rig. The Baja Legend MTZ.
If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by Vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
We are back and ready to send David Darnell off the line. David built this chassis himself. This is his 3rd season racing with us here at the NRRA. He says he watched the sport for several years before he decided to build a chassis and jump into the sport with both feet.
Yeah, and I feel like he definitely did that. If you're building your own chassis to race the Cup Series, that's like full commitment there. That's about as committed as you can get to the sport. Like, I'm going to build my own race car from scratch.
Something that he's done new to the buggy for this 2026 season. He says he quickly learned that the hardest thing for him was keeping the front end together.
Yeah.
So he's strengthened the whole thing, heavier duty suspension tabs, larger diameter mounting hardware, stronger tie rods, all that. So hopefully that does its job and can keep everything together for him this season.
Yeah, I feel like in UTVs, the front end is really kind of, it's the first thing that hits. You have steering as well as, trying to power it.
80.412 for David Darnell.
I feel like that's one of the hardest things for all UTV drivers, to kind of keep that front end together.
Cody Kaysen on the line now. Cody coming into the weekend 3rd in points. Looks like he's about 15 points behind first place, his brother Clay Kaysen. And then he's got Casey Howell ahead of him. And then Cody coming into the weekend with 174 points. He also had a 4th place finish at our last race at Wildcat. We're used to seeing Cody racing in the stock class. He was our stock class champion last season. And I asked him at Wildcat, our last race, I was like, what'd you decide to go into a Cup this time? And he's like, not enough plastic on the buggy.
Yeah.
That, of course, referring to some of our stock class requirements of keeping the stock
appearance
with the plastics that come on the body.
Yeah, and we had pretty good talk about that in our season driver group about keeping the appearance or the likelihood of looking like a UTV versus some of the stuff
like bigger, stock being stock.
Yeah. Get
not stock identifying.
Yes. Identifying. Yeah. This identifies as a stock rig.
Oh, Cody.
He was flying along and just barely caught.
Is that same tree that caught Tyler Carter earlier?
I think so. Going to be a quick time. That's a 72.927 for Cody Kaysen.
Even with hitting a tree in a quick reverse. He still had almost the same time as Casey Howell. Casey had a 72.5, and Cody just had a 72.9. A great run from Cody, not enough to break him into that top 3 right now. We've still got Cooper Bentley in the lead with a 65, followed by Tim Cameron with a 67.0, and then Clay Kaysen with a 67.7.
My brother's keeping up with us in the chat. Give me grief, kind of being ornery. Shout out to my brother Nate Holt out there.
Brothers are good for that.
He was part of our team that year. Me and Sean Cross and my brother Nate Holt started out a race team. So, still racing as a team before we get one individual.
Here we go with Josh Kropinski.
Josh is no stranger to the racing series. He's been racing for quite a while. Raced Bouncer, and he's raced Cup Series. Also raced Bounty with us.
Bounty, yeah.
No stranger to getting out there and battling hard. Josh is a pretty fierce competitor. He's pretty aggressive. There we go. Again, as Bree would say, it's all downhill from here. Although we've had a couple drivers that had problems with the downhill parts. I feel like saying that's almost a jinx now. Again, I love talking about the fact we started out as a team driving just because it's always kind of unique and, very cool. Hopefully get more guys into it.
.778 for Josh Kropinski. Good enough for 4th place right now on course 1. We're about 2/3 of the way through, a little over halfway. Course 1 for the RCV Axle UTV Cup class. We already did course 1 for the stock class. So once we wrap up here, then we'll be halfway through our day of racing here at Rush, and then we'll run it back for round 2 for both classes. Jay Wilson on the line now.
That all black buggy. Very cool looking. I like kind of his panels on there. I love seeing the paint schemes and the wraps some of these guys do. It's just very, very cool looking.
This one looks like a mini bouncer.
It does kind of. I've seen a few guys kind of mimic their buggy off of necessarily the more of the aesthetic of the panels, and the tubes look more like a bouncer. Kind of reminds me of those 3 front square headlights kind of remind me of Peter Basil's old buggy.
I was just trying to think of what bouncer this was reminding me of. Maybe that was it.
Yeah, it's got the way the hood lines come forward, and those 3 lights in the front. That his old iconic blue torch fab. There's a name for that. There's a name for the throwback for the kids.
Yeah. Peter Basler was our first season champion in the SRRS then.
Yeah.
In our area now, but 2012. So that one's a throwback. There was also the Equinox buggy.
Yeah.
You remember that one?
Yeah.
The black bouncer. That'll make me think of that one too. That was on one of our 4x4 Nation calendars.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Nice smooth run there. Making quick work of that course. That's an 89.914 from Mr. Jay Wilson.
Nicely done. Nathaniel Bell on the line now.
And that was good enough for 9th place for Jay there. We always appreciate when Clyde can give us some updates. So it's kind of neat when your top 5 or top 10 changes.
Nathaniel's also racing in the bounty class tomorrow. He's one of our top bounty competitors.
Yeah, he gets out there and thrashes through it again. He built this chassis beginning of last season, or end of last season, beginning of this year. Same paint scheme wrap on there.
And we can tell that he has a type.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it looks a lot like
very
the
similar.
last one.
Again, I feel like that's how a lot of our drivers, you build a buggy, you race for a few years, you go, I don't like this, this, and this. So you kind of tweak a little bit, kind of keep making each chassis bigger, better, faster, make it more durable. Again, he was very competitive in his last chassis. I'm sure he'll be the same in this one as he gets it dialed in throughout the season.
That was a quick run. Let's check his time.
All right, that was a great looking run. Let's see what the time is.
Ooh. 67.018. That is good enough for second place right now. That means Cooper Bentley still hanging on to the lead with that 65. Now followed by Nathaniel Bell with the 67.01. And then Tim Cameron with a 67.05. Wow. Martin Stewart leaving the line now. Martin coming into the weekend 5th in points with 129. He's got his work cut out for him to break into that top 3 right now, though, here on Course 1.
Yeah. And Martin is a really awesome driver. Again, been doing this quite a while. His dad was also a pretty competitive driver in the bouncer class. Awesome to see that next generation of racers coming out and racing with us.
If you've heard of Batcave Customs, that would be Martin's work. Builds those cages. And he comes out of Columbia, Tennessee to race with us. We've got a handful of drivers coming out of Columbia in that Middle Tennessee area.
All right, there we go.
Another fast finish. It's going to be a good time, I believe.
That's a 69.760 for Martin Stewart.
69.760. Sounded like a 5th place to me.
Derek Schaefer, clock is high. We've also got Caden Schaefer running this season in the team class.
Again, it's super awesome to see some of the families coming out and racing with us.
It is. And, you know, I think that this season we might have, more than ever, family duos or teams or whatever and siblings that are racing. Or we've got, kids in the youth class and dads in the UTV or the bouncer class. It's fun to see for sure.
Yeah, when he was coming down that downhill section, it looked like he turned a little early and went down next to the SCS flags. Unfortunately, he had to go a little farther and go down the Mickey Thompson flags.
Yeah, he did make a wrong turn, and it looked like his front end, or at least front right maybe, wasn't pulling just then. Hard to tell in all the dust.
Dang it.
Unfortunately, due to coming down the wrong section, that's going to be a DNF.
I see Braden Upchurch on the line now, part of that Rock Life Offroad race team.
All right, we got Braden Upchurch on the line.
Braden running that Rock Life Off-Road crew.
Another one of our Kentucky drivers. And I think Nathaniel Bell built this chassis for Braden.
Yeah, I do remember them talking about that. He is getting it. All right. See what that time's going to be.
.749 for Braden Upchurch. It looks like we've got just 2 drivers left for course 1 of the RCB Axle UTV Cup class. I believe we've got Hunter Shane coming up to the line now. If I'm not mistaken, I think this would be Hunter's first time racing with us here at the NRRA.
Okay. Definitely a very unique looking chassis design. Looks like a little bit longer wheelbase. Almost has like a U4 design of it, like an Ultra 4 design.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it is really just incredible to see what some people can come up with in their garage as they start bending tubes and welding stuff and get it put together. And again, just really fascinating fabrication skills.
Yeah, I love the innovation in the sport, and you see it in all of our classes, really. Especially in our unlimited classes.
Yeah.
All right, looks like a clean run so far. To the finish line.
Nice run.
That's a 78.605 for Hunter Shane. Nice smooth run.
That means we've got Brian Smith on the line, and I do believe he's going to wrap up course 1 for the Cup class. Brian, the time to beat is at 65 from Cooper Bentley.
Ooh, launch it in there.
Brian comes from Alabama to race with us. Sandrock, Alabama. I think he's got a new buggy he's maybe working on for this year.
Okay.
He's driving the Vandal one today that we're used to seeing him race. So I do think he's got a new one. He calls it Salty.
Yeah.
Salty must be not quite racy yet.
Yeah. Salty might not be racy yet.
A little fun fact about Brian is he previously raced dirt super late models for 15 years. 71.748. That's a 6th place time on course 1 for Brian.
And that will wrap up course 1, I think, for our UTV Cup class. We are going to take a quick commercial break here shortly, but see if we can't get that top 10 to you. Okay. Okay. I hear his run is currently under review. And then we're going to take a little bit of a commercial break, and we're not going to shut production down. We are going to take a quick commercial break before we start course 2 for our stock class and our UTV Cup. All right, they're saying we're getting a thumbs up back there from the production crew. All right, we can give it to you when you come back. All
right, guys, give me just a second, and I'll give you our top 5 from course 1. All right, Cooper Bentley had the fastest time with a 65, followed by Nathaniel Bell with a 67.01. Then it was Tim Cameron with a 67.05. Clay Kaysen with a 67.7. And looks like Brian Smith with that 71.748. Wow, with Josh Krapinski right behind with a 71.77. Super tight racing out here today, guys. Like Matt said, we are going to take a quick break and get reoriented to come back with round 2 for the stock class.
Don't let waiting in line for service sideline your machine. Eliminate the wait and save money by doing it yourself. AMSOIL makes it simple with oil change kits that include exactly what you need in one convenient package. Choosing the right kit is also simple. Just plug your ride into the Shop by Vehicle tool at AMSOIL.com and have your kit delivered right to your door. Get the protection you demand and the performance you deserve. Order now at AMSOIL.com.
Hey, oh my goodness, he neutral dropped it. That's about a 5,000 RPM neutral draw.
Jack.
The trail doesn't take it easy, so why should your Jeep? Supercharge your Jeep for improved capability, power, while keeping your warranty and trust in your vehicle intact. Born for the trail. Now evolved to be the best. Edelbrock Superchargers. Add the power your Jeep's been missing.
All right, welcome back again. We appreciate that awesome crowd shot. And again, showing some cool sights and sounds of the National Rock Racing Association. We're done with Course 1. Got that in the books. Everything feeling smooth. What do you think we're going to see from Course 2?
Real quick, before I forget, I do want to correct our fifth place from Course 1 in Cup class was Martin Stewart.
Okay.
I missed that going through my numbers quick. So I think from Course 2... Man, I don't even know, Matt, because we saw some rollovers that I didn't expect on Course 1. I think it's just going to be a kind of a mixed bag, a little more of the same. I don't know what the courses look like for Course 2. I did not study the course maps.
Course 1
so
stock.
We're all going to find out together.
Yeah, Course 1 stock is the same course. Course 2 for Cup is a little different, but stock usually 1 and 2 are the same for something like this that's that long. That way everybody kind of gets a nice good groove going in, so a lot of fun. Again, I think even if it's going around a cone and coming back on flat ground, we're still going to see a few guys broke and a few rollovers. You know, somebody else is on fire. You know, you never know what's going to happen with a race car. Again, once you start putting it this hard. Again, like I said, me and Daniel Heckler were talking about. You know, he said, you know, we were talking about his rear steer sticking and having some issues the last race. He said, when you push a vehicle this stinking hard, doing the maximum what we do, he said, you know, we're doing like 2.5, 3 times what the guys are recommending. Like some of these, like the pumps, we're pushing them 3 times faster than they ever designed to work at. You know, he said you're going to have some mechanical issues. And again, thanks to the production crew back there throwing that graphic up. You can see UTV stocks 1 and 2. That's course 1 and 2.
So these are the course maps that our drivers receive a few days before the events, so they can go ahead and start reviewing it, getting it in their heads. You can see that the banners are on there, so they know where they're going to be making their turns. And then, of course, they can come walk the course in person. They can pre-run it in the vehicle, and then we've got the drivers meeting before on both of our race mornings where they can ask any questions and address anything that has come up about the courses. So. Those are the course maps that we talk about, and it is a lot to keep up with. So I know our drivers are glad to have both the maps and the opportunity to pre-run and walk the course. I think that also for stock class, Max Lawrence and Dean Roberts, we're going to really see them both pushing because Dean held on to the fastest time for like 15 other racers after him, and then Max was our last driver on course 1, and he came in and swooped it with a super fast run. So I think we're going to see them pushing each other really hard on course 2 here for stock class.
And again, being that you run the same course twice, the first time you're kind of just getting comfortable, how hard can you push, and then the second one you're going, I know I can push a little harder, I know I can shave a few seconds off here, round that corner a little bit tighter. You know, you can always find a little bit of time here and there scattered out on the track, pick those extra seconds up, and hopefully push you that number 1 spot for that course, and then end up with the number 1 spot for the day. So, yeah, Max was flying out there. He was just absolutely barreling. So I'm sure he's going to try to, kind of keep that same kind of pace, push it hard, but yet still kind of keep that vehicle under control. And the rest of the chips are going to fall. Again, we have some very, very fast drivers, and we'll see how that unfolds later today.
Let's go ahead and just look at our top 5 from course 1 in the stock class. Max Lawrence had the fastest time with a 71. Then Dean Roberts with a 74. Cooper Bentley driving for Cohen Ellison with a 78. Brantley Havens with an 80. And Don Curtis with an 81. So a little more spread out than we see a lot of times in our classes. So I don't know. Course 2, where it's going to be fun to watch.
I know we had a ton of drivers right in that 81 second row. We had a bunch chopped right in that. That middle of the pack was just super, super tight.
Speaking of fun to watch, Matt, we've got the bouncers coming up tomorrow. And along with the bouncers and the more horsepower, bigger tires, bigger parts, everything comes a little more mayhem and a little more carnage. So we want to give you guys just a little taste of what we're going to be seeing out here tomorrow. Check this out.
Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it.
Ooh, I think he whipped around too hard.
Dang it. Dang it.
Oh, no. Dang it. Come on, Ben. Yukon, do it.
Yeah. Dang
You got to stay on all fours, though. Oh. The Yukon Do It Hill is not having it today, though. Oh. Ooh.
Dang it.
Yukon not do it.
Woo!
Oh, Dustin.
Dang it.
Oh, no.
Oh, dang it. Get back on the wheels.
Oh, not that beautiful blue chassis.
I know. It was so shiny. Dang it. Yeah, Wildcat was such a brutal course, and a lot of that, dang, it's going down again. You hate to see that. So tomorrow, hopefully, it'll be a much smoother course. Hopefully things will be a lot more easy going for the drivers. I know we have some really, really fast courses set up. We did see a lot of gnarly on that very first ledge right behind us where we used to see that big, big jump.
Yep.
I think you're going to see some guys struggle. At least the first little bit, you're going to see some guys struggle there. But I think after it gets nice and smooth, I think you're going to see guys flying right through it later in the afternoon.
Well, you guys be sure to tune in with us around 10 o'clock Eastern tomorrow is when we'll be kicking off for the day. Not just with the bouncers. We got UTV Bounty, the unlimited and limited bouncers, and our UTV teen and youth classes as well. So when we say a full day of racing, we mean it. We've got all of that coming at you here at Rush tomorrow. So be sure to tune in with us starting around 10. Speaking of more racing action, though, we are real close to sending somebody off the line. We're coming back for round 2 for our UTV stock class.
All right, guys, we got to clear the course. We're race courses going.
All right, sounds like we got a clear course.
Trying to see who we've got starting things off for us for course 2.
It's not an option. I need you to clear the course immediately. Clyde is ready to run this thing. We're going live on the live feed.
And it is Dylan Cummins. That's right, Dylan, our unfortunately late entry, so that means he's having to start things off for us for both courses today in the stock class. But hey, he did a great job of it. He got had a little bit of a problem on course 1, something mechanical. He went into limp mode and was able to still redo his run basically and finish the course. So was able to still get across the finish time and get a time out of it. So we're glad to see that for him.
And I seen him pulling. I seen him pulling off the course during that first run, and I have no doubt a handful of our drivers went over and said, "Stop! Just turn it off, turn it back on, and go hit it again." You know, I could just see some of the Kaysen brothers maybe down there encouraging him, or some other guys telling him, "Hey, wait, this is what you do, and now we can still finish your run." So. Again, shout out to the camaraderie of our racers down there.
Nobody's trying to take advantage of any of their fellow racers out here. Everyone wants to see everybody racing at their best.
Yeah.
So whatever that looks like, whether it's giving them some pointers, or helping them find the line, or waving them down on the course if they missed a turn or something, or loaning some parts, some tools, some help at the trailer, whatever it is.
And I've seen some of our bouncer drivers doing that same thing on bouncer day. I've seen Wade Good literally on course telling people to stop, go right, go left, encouraging him because he wants to see them do the best they can.
Guys, I need you to put some pep in your step and get off this hill. Full speed run. Eat it.
I think we're double checking all our timers, making sure everything's ready to go. Little technology involved behind the scenes of this race series. And we appreciate everybody that helps make sure that is working flawless for us.
Dylan Cummins. This is course 2 for the UTV stock class.
All right, here we go.
All right, Dylan, show him the line. Although they should all know the line by now, seeing as it's the same course that they already ran. Uh-oh. We couldn't see through the dust, but we heard a crunch and oh, from the audience. I think we've got a tree situation.
There he goes.
I got to give Dylan props for his persistence because he has hung in there on both courses now.
There we go.
Nice job.
That's a 121.460 for Dylan Cummins. And again, great job racing, buddy. We're glad to see you came out and did some racing with us.
All right, let's see where we landed on our first run.
Looks like Noah Butler on the line now.
.460. 121.460.
All right, Noah Butler leads the line.
There he goes. He is flying through there.
Noah did have a 5th place finish at our last race at Wildcat. This is just his 3rd time racing with us here with the NRRA. He's done plenty of other racing, but first season racing with us here with the NRRA. He is one of our younger drivers too.
Yeah.
In the stock class. Started out in the teen class with us at Winrock for our season opener.
He is flying through there. .283 for Noah Butler. Now we've got Caden Phillips on the line.
It's always interesting when they'd run the first course and the second course the same. It's always interesting to see how much time they can pick up just from course 1 to course 2.
Uh-oh.
The way he paused, I figured he was backing up.
Looks like Nathan Carter will be next up after this one.
If you're enjoying watching with us today, again, we have tons of racing action tomorrow coming your way. We have the UTV Bounty Series, which is, again, the same course as the Rock Bouncers. Those guys will be brash now, as well as the UTV Youth Class and the UTV Teen Class. So we'll have tons of more racing action coming your way from all ages and, I guess, sizes.
And if that's not enough for you, we have all kinds of content on the Rock Racing TV YouTube channel. You can go and watch to your heart's content all that awesome racing action. Caden Phillips through the finish line now.
That's 1:00.950 for Caden Phillips.
Nathan Carter on the line.
Nathan Carter on the course. Don't look now, Matt, but I see some teal out there.
I know. I was just going to say, we were talking about cages and different chassis builders and how everybody kind of puts their own unique touch. And again, you know, how these guys are definitely pushing the boundaries of trying to design it and make it as fast and as seamless as possible. But I do appreciate a little teal every now and then. Very cool to see. But honestly, I can really appreciate any color. They have a great wrap or a custom. Again, we've seen some custom powder cutting cages coming out with different manufacturers. Hop it in there is very, very cool to see. And I really appreciate just the professionalism that guys really put into their rig too. So.
Come on, Nathan. That's a 90.740 for Nathan Carter. We're just a handful of drivers into course 2 for UTV stock class. Noah Butler's got the fastest time right now with an 82. Then Nathan Carter with that 90. Caden Phillips with a 100. And Dylan Cummins with a 121. And we've got Robert Trainer on the line about to do his best to change all of that.
Robert Trainer on the line.
That whole Trainer family out here doing some racing with us this weekend. I feel like a family that races together stays together. That's my version.
For sure has fun together.
Yeah.
You also, if you're racing together as a family, you're also very good mechanically because you're fixing a lot of broken rigs. You know, back when me and my brother used to race foilers and work on them all the time, ride them a lot, we were always working on something. My dad owned a car dealership, so we always had 6, 8, 10 foilers in the shop. So at least something was broken on at least one of them at any given time.
Some quality shop time.
Yeah, it was. And it could have been something like a brake lever,
Either
clutch lever,
makes you hate each other.
It does.
Or you have a lot of fun
Yeah.
together.
Teaches you a lot of patience.
It depends on how things are going
It is.
that you're working on. Come on, Robert.
Oh. Again, shout out to
Hang in
Dearborn.
there, Drone.
Shout out to Dearborn Drone Co. for giving these awesome shots while eating debris and rocks all weekend. They do a great job helping us have an awesome live feed. We appreciate them and all they do for us.
Robert came into the weekend second in points behind Dean Robbers. Having a little trouble right now on course 2, though.
Yeah, it's not hard to break something when you're pushing a UTV this hard during racing. Get up there. There we go. Again, we've seen a few guys so far have some mechanical issues. And the balancer's a little easier. When you see a 43-inch tire stop moving, it's pretty quick to tell what's going on, especially when there's not a lot of dust on the course. But that's a 179.798 from Mr. Robert Trainer. Got Jamie Fortin sitting down there in that race line starting gate. Looks like clock is hot. He is flying through there. Again, it's very interesting to see how many guys can greatly improve their time from course 1 to course 2. Definitely making quick work of this course out there.
Oh, no.
We got a turnover, guys.
I think we have 3 buggies with the same teal cage. I think that might be the cousin.
Well, unfortunately, that teal cage is touching the ground right now, which is not where you usually want that to be.
We'll get you a thumbs up here quickly.
All right, here's our Amsoil action shot. Why the course he climbs out and they figure out how to get him flipped back over. Came down and had a little. You can see there's just a high center section there. Came down and unfortunately just a little too much speed right there. Yeah. Yeah, say coming around that corner, looks like he just. Man, you hate to see that. Had a nice smooth run going though. Was doing quick work in that downhill section.
Us after he came off the first downhill. He was flying through there. The good news about side-by-sides is they are pretty quick, so you usually grab a couple of buddies and get a flip back over. We have seen, I think, one driver one time fully self-recover.
We saw Cody do it.
Cody Kaysen.
Is Cody the only? We've seen some attempts.
Jay Storch
Yeah, Jay was a solid attempt.
99% of the way there, but he couldn't quite, break it at West Virginia one time. He was in the rocks. And you know what? Jay Storch is, he does a lot of tree work, and that's good because he is shaped like a tree. That dude is just massive. He is definitely a solid individual. So if anybody can do it, I think Jay's one of the guys that probably could. But unfortunately, sometimes it's kind of wedged or, leaning downhill a little bit more.
It's got to be a pretty specific angle to be able to self-recover. But, we did see Cody do it that one time out. It's pretty exciting.
It was.
It's always fun to watch him attempt anyway.
Is. And, again, I think that was a mixture of being young and yet still kind of stout, I know if I attempted that, my back would let me know the next day.
You gotta lift with your legs, man.
Yeah. I
lift
think
with your legs.
A lot of my joints would let me know that is not what the human body was designed to do. Yes, it's definitely a power workout. It's picking up a UTV.
Don't give it up for it. It's a tough day. I know he's frustrated, but it's A-okay. It's big of it. See another day.
Yeah, tough break for Jamie there. I hate to see that, but again, very cool. Yeah, again, like I said, I think I've only ever seen one person fully self-recover. I've seen a few get it really close. Get it really close. All right, we got Tucker Sessler sitting in that race line starting gate. And I really like his sharp-looking buggy down there. I get a 360 camera. I love the footage. I know there's a lot of drifting and drag racing guys that are starting to do the 360s, and it's really, really cool. He is flying through there. Hearing that rig rip through that hollow there. Using all this Mickey Thompson mountain for this course. We've seen a few guys kind of get into that. Must be some ruts starting to form up there. I see we've seen Robert Trainer have some trouble there too. Kind of back up, bump a little bit.
Tucker's sending it downhill. Let's check his time. .848 for Tucker Sessler. That is a third place time right now on course 2. We're about a third of the way through course 2 for UTV stock. And we've got Daniel Heckley on the line.
is riding shotgun again, even after the
All right, Daniel's got a co-driver with him again. Who did they just say that is?
Oh, no.
That is
Either a ball joint let go or it broke the lower A arm.
Not the way that tire's supposed to be pointing.
I'm not sure
Dang
what's
it.
going on, but it ain't looking good.
Yeah. Dang it.
Oof. Yeah, that's his drift camber now.
Man. Yeah, that's not good.
Let's take a look at our AMSOIL action shot. Man, it didn't even look like he was doing anything too aggressive.
No. But you could definitely hear it and see it when he was coming down that hill. Cooper Bentley sitting in that race line starting gate, racing for Cohen Ellison. I think they're making sure the course is clear.
All right, this is Cooper Bentley racing for Cohen Ellison. Cooper had a third place time on course 1. Let's see what he can do right now. Course 2, and it is the same course. This is everybody's second go at it. So they've had they got the chance to dial it in a little bit now, Matt. See if we can speed things up a little bit this round.
I'm sure Cooper loves picking up a rental for the weekend.
Whoa, Cooper.
Yeah, he definitely sitting there.
He's trying to get Cohen those points.
Yeah, he is. That's a 77.950 for Cooper Bentley, who's co-driving, or is stunt doubling for Cohen Ellison at Ellison Racing Crew.
That is our fastest time right now on course 2. We still got a lot of drivers to go, though.
All right, Richard Hodges. Clock is hot. Here we go. And Richard coming out of North Carolina. Up near Chris Griggs and Justin Wills. We'll see Chris tomorrow with us. There we go. He's getting it. There we go. See what Richard's time is going to be.
Good run right there. Let's get the time on it.
Eight 0.857, and that is a second place time right now on course 2. Slid in there behind Cooper.
One of the Casey boys about to lay it down for you.
This next guy is definitely going to try to upset the apple cart. Okay. We're going to take a quick commercial break while we get some stuff on the course taken care of. And we'll be back right after these words.
The Mickey Thompson Premium Mud Terrain is on the road and full of undisputed attitude. The Baja Boss MT. No compromises, ever. We are purpose-built tires for truck and Jeep enthusiasts everywhere. All mud tires are not created equal, and here's the proof. Powerply XD construction, asymmetrical tread design, extreme side biters, and more. Find your tire size today at MickeyThompsonTires.com.
Of the National Rock Racing Association is brought to you by Edelbrock, Raceline Wheels, RCV Performance Products, and Yukon Gear and Axle.
All right, we're back here. We got Max Lawrence sitting on that race line starting gate. Again, Max had a super fast time on course 1 with that fastest at 71. And we're going to see if he can beat that 71 with the new fastest time. Again, obviously this being Teal White, I'm a huge fan of the chassis, but the gold really steps out. Just like a sharp rig. Again, and Max is just flying through here. Just screaming through here. I know this Can-Am would definitely be Brandon Davis approved, as fast as he's wheeling through here.
His time to beat right now is a 77. Seeing as he ran a 71 on this course last time, I'm expecting some great things out of you, Max.
He is ripping through there.
it is. Ooh, 71.488. Wow. He is consistent.
Wow.
And that is your new leader for course 2. Nicely done, Max Lawrence.
He was flying through there.
We have today's featured driver, Jay Storts, on the line.
Jay's Tree Service and Mulch. Definitely a shout out to them. That's Jay's company. Does a lot of tree work as well as done mulch all over. And sells firewood at a lot of gas stations. So if you're buying firewood at a gas station, a shrink wrap package with a handle on it, good chance Jay might have been the guy that cut that.
All right, Jay, let's get it. Jay comes all the way from Perryville, Missouri to race with us.
Part of that Perryville Mafia crew.
This is his 4th year racing in the UTV class. And he is through the finish line. Let's check that time. .011, and that is a 3rd place time right now on course 2. And we've got Clay Harris on the line now.
Hitting that jump.
Oh!
No. Dang it. Again, he was ripping along that top ledge there and carried just looks like a little bit of too much momentum into that right turn.
We got the thumbs up. recovery truck, the good old WT, on the move.
The WT.
Let's check out our AMSOIL action shot.
Dude was fly. He was ripping along that road. Must have caught a little rock there. It looked like it kicked up before he even really started making that turn.
Yeah, that was one of those.
Yeah.
What the heck just happened?
Yeah.
moments.
And usually you're thinking that as you're like looking upside down. You're like,
I've had a few of those.
You're like, stink. All right. While we get him recovered, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Then we'll come back with tons more racing action right after this.
These UTV guys have been pushing the limits for years, and we are keeping up with them, providing them the strongest axle on the planet. Our UTV line uses all 300M components, high-temp synthetic moly grease, to handle the abuse of these short courses or long desert races, whatever these guys are doing. They've been pushing the limits, and we've been keeping up. So the years of development for the Pro Series line with our 300M, we have learned so much. We've taken that technology and we've taken the things out of it that make it, absolutely the strongest, and made it the strongest in class for trail use. And we've come out with a Trail Series axle. And that axle is going to be 4340 chromoly steel, all US made, and it is going to be the best in class for your trail. So you don't necessarily have to get the Pro Series. If you're not out here racing, if you don't have 300 horsepower hill killing with these guys, you can get a Trail Series RCV axle and go out and cruise with your buddies with peace of mind that you're not going to break. So for everything UTV, visit us at rcvperformance.com. And for Trail Series, find us at trailseriesaxle.com.
All right, welcome back. Looks like they're getting that UTV put back on all fours. Again, you hate to see that. We do a ton of race now here, but luckily a lot of our rollovers are usually just, my brother calls them flops. Well, I'll be like, yeah, roll it this weekend. He's like, don't church it up. You flopped over. I'm like, come on. So, again, if you're putting it on its side, we don't necessarily you don't get to claim you rolled over. We just get to say you flopped over. But either way, it still ends up on a DNF, and you hate to see that for any racer. But a little bit repair usually is a little bit easier to go with when you're not rolling it down a big hill.
We like easy repairs.
Yeah.
And recoveries.
It's a little easy on the pocketbook as well when you're doing that. Listen, snacky snacks are life, okay? All right. Looks like he's getting fired up. Really? Looks like we're trying to get a course clear. Got the door open ventilation.
That's just default mode in a UTV.
Yeah.
If you have the full door, my dad's has a Honda. It has like the full doors. So on the trail, you get like 99% more air into the cab when you open those doors. Like now on a Can-Am, you have like such a little piece of a door. It's not too bad, but on ones that have the full door, you open that up, it's incredible how much air you suck in. So if we're driving, sometimes off-road parks have really wide, like it's like a green trail and it's 20, 30 feet wide, like comparable to like a gravel road. We'll just open the doors, let it be open, and drive down it. It's
once
super
a UTV
nice.
has been raced one time, the doors just open at will.
I always think of Dan Carter, because that dude, like the first 2 seasons he raced with us, his doors were open more on course than they were closed. Like, it was great.
Matt, you and I experienced that.
Yeah, we did.
When we raced the 4-seater.
That was so much fun. I
couldn't reach it because I had my wrist restraints on, so I couldn't grab the door. Had to wait till it swung close.
Yeah, wait till a right turn, you'll be fine. That thing was so muddy. Like it just you'd stand in the gas and turn the wheels and it would just drift the other way.
Yes, Matt and I. Matt was my co-driver. We raced at Pretty Place after a downpour.
I literally pull in the park for the first time ever. I park. I walk 50 feet, get the trailer, and then it just torrential downpour starts.
Yep.
We both look at Taylor. We're like, hey, can we start a little late today? All right. We got Thomas Wheeler on the line. Here we go. Yeah. I'll say shout out to Dearborn Drone Co. for just giving us awesome footage this weekend. These guys do a great job at helping get more of a 360 picture of some of the course on the hill. We can only get cameras in so many places, so. Again, shout out to all of our camera and course workers out there this weekend.
Yeah, this is also our drone operator Skip's second time with us here with the NRA. This is a very niche type of drone piloting, I would imagine. And he has done an awesome job with it for us. .838 for Thomas Wheeler.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not many things you do with drone footage shoot at you, shoot rocks and debris and dust, and it's kind of like they're trying to knock you out of the sky. It's equivalent to giving a bunch of kids Nerf guns and be like, hey, fly this around. These kids are going to shoot Nerf guns at you.
Dean Roberts is on the line. Dean had our second place time on course 1. He held on to the fastest time for about 3/4 of the course until Max Lawrence swooped in at the end. So the time to beat right now, let me see here, is Max with a 71.4.
Dean was flying and kind of overshot that turn just a hair. And he was just moving so fast. I think he was just trying to get the buggy turned sideways. I mean, he is just pouring on the speed right now. Yeah, see, he definitely checked up there in that middle. Like a rut going across. Like maybe some rain had washed out a little bit or something.
He saw what just happened to Clay Harris.
Yeah.
man. Again, just working around that tight corner. That's a 73.726 for Dean Robbers.
And that is a second place time right now on course 2.
.726. Second place. Great run, Dean.
We have 8 drivers left for course 2 of the UTV stock class right now. Max Lawrence hanging on to the lead with that 71. And now Dean Roberts with a 73. And then it looks like Cooper Bentley with a 77. Those are your top 3 right now on course 2. And Austin Rutledge leaving the line.
I don't think his front end's pulling.
Doesn't look like it.
He is so close, though. I mean, he's like the last 5 feet there. Hopefully he can back up. Hopefully he can back up right to that flat spot and get enough run to where he can make it. Go, baby, go!
This is his last uphill climb, I think.
Man. Man. That stinks. There we go.
.189.134 for Austin Rutledge.
So glad he was able to get a finish out of that.
a group of hooligans walking over by us. All right, we got Logan Bundy down there.
All right, here we go with Logan Bundy.
It's like a black car with a white door. Reminds me of like the cop cars from like the 90s TV shows. I feel like we need to get a light for them. Old Smokey and the Bandit days, you know.
Come on, Logan.
Get up there. You can hear him just kind of like pinballing over there.
Made it.
You can hear him pinballing over there.
There's so much dust coming off the hill. I'm sure there's plenty of rocks and ledges being unearthed up there as well.
That's at 97.692 for Logan Bundy. Good enough for 9th place? Did he say 9th?
10th place.
10th, okay.
You were so close.
You know what? Listen, it could be 9th. It could be 10th. You never know.
Well.
Just a bit outside. Oh, man, that's a great movie. Great announcer, too, by the way.
Matt is highly caffeinated and probably has not had enough protein today, guys.
No, yeah. Not enough chocolate either.
Don Curtis in the race line starting gate.
And speaking of guys who I'd share my snacks with, Don Curtis is coming out of that race line starting gate.
Oh, you got to be special to get Matt to share his snacks with you.
Him and his dad are both just really awesome people. They're great people. They've always come over and helped me. There's been times at the pits where I've been, checking things out in the buggy, and they'll come over and help me work on it like the night before. Or we'll come and do some testing and tuning, or his dad's helped me strap in before. So just an amazing, amazing family. I cannot say enough nice things about the whole Curtis.
They are some good people. We
the
like
whole
the
Curtis family.
We like most of the people out here.
Yeah.
And the ones that we don't like, you'll never know.
I love it.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We like everybody. Don had a 5th place finish on course 1. Not too shabby.
Yeah, anytime you can be in the top 5 with these hooligans, you're doing something pretty good. There we go.
92.757 for Don Curtis. Max Lawrence still hanging on to that top spot on course 2 with a 71. Followed by Dean Roberts with a 73. And Cooper Bentley with a 77. Those are still your top 3 here on course 2. And we've got Bert Sevi on the line.
No tree is safe.
Bert had another unfortunate run-in with a tree on course 1. Glad to see it didn't seem to do too much damage, and he's back here for round 2. We want to see him get across that finish line.
Okay, there he is. He just popped out of a dust cloud.
Doing good. Have a nice smooth run going here.
That's right. We're not gonna say the T word anymore during Bert's run.
Yeah.
Did he just? Oh no!
Oh my gosh! There we go. Come on! All right.
Nice.
There we go.
Nobody saw that.
Yes.
That little tree rub, Bert.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that.
Oh, we got it going to the finish line. Finish it strong.
Nicely done.
There we go.
We love to see that. 101.204 for Bert Sevi. Brantley Havens on the line now. Brantley had a 4th place time on course 1.
Brantley Havens sitting on the line.
He's also 4th in points overall coming into this weekend.
Yeah, Brantley started out in our youth class, graduated our teen, raced our teen for a while, and said, heck, I want to throw my hat in the old stock class. Which, again, is just very, very impressive to see him hop up and...
And then he also jumped in Jesse Riley's rig and raced in the Cup class today. It's the flag. It gives you a like 10% boost.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
He was getting it. Nice smooth run going.
It's cool to see how Brantley has progressed. You know, we watched him race in the youth class for several years and then the teen class last year. And look at him just bombing down the hill right now in stock, even racing Cup this weekend.
In the stock class. That's a 74.714 for Mr. Brantley Havens.
74.714.
I think that's a 3rd place time right now. He has definitely been getting the seat time over the years and gaining all the confidence that comes with that.
Yeah.
So it's showing in his driving. He's doing an awesome job. Patrick King on the line now. Come on, Patrick.
That is a really hard turn to make right there. I may or may not have overshot at the bouncer before. Then I backed up and hit the tree, which you can't tell when you can't tell. You're like, am I hitting dirt? What's going on?
You're like, can I just start over?
Yeah. Like, can I get a mulligan? Can I get a redo over here? Yeah, that front end's not pulling. Or at least his front right tire isn't. Oh, so close. But come on, get up there.
Man, he's working for it.
Yeah.
Getting a little squirrely.
He is. He is so close, but yeah, he is getting pretty squirrely up there, Bree.
Oh,
dang it.
There it is. Wait.
Yeah, oh,
Wait.
There he goes.
Nice.
He got pretty sideways on that last one. He started backing down. I think it must have tipped in.
Oh, let's see if he can land number
Dang
2. He
it.
did. I got a door open.
So close.
Just keep it going. Looks like he's going to stop.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go again.
Y'all give him a big round of applause.
Man, that heck of a try from Patrick. Way to stick with it. So there are some alternate lines up there.
Yeah.
We've seen most guys all at least try and take that same one that Patrick started on. But then there's that one, that the hill to the left of the line, and then there might be another one over there to the right somewhere. I didn't study my course maps, Matt. But there are a couple of alternate lines up the top. In case you guys are wondering, like, why is that not a DNF? Because at least one other driver has gone out the alternate and finished their run. So I think that was maybe Austin Rutledge. But in case you were wondering, like, well, why is that not a DNF to go up that way?
And it is really neat. You talked about coming out. Clyde, a lot of times on some hills, if it's capable, he'll give us 2 really wide flags where you have 75 feet or 100 feet wide, and it gives you that super wide berth there to kind of figure out what you want to do. And one line might be a lot easier, but there might be a much faster line. So now it kind of goes down, do I want to put a little more wear and tear on the rig, or do I want to see if I can push to be the front of that pack? And it kind of gives you some options. Again, we've seen Timmy Cameron also use that creativity, we'll call it, to try to make a faster time by kind of doing some crab walking while he's coming down, a hill that's maybe a little steeper, doing some unique things that picks up a little time, little time here, a little time there, which, again, we saw on Course 1. We had like 6 times all in the 81 that were all separating a fraction of a second. So, again, finding a little time here and there can definitely make a big difference throughout the end of the day. And maybe the difference between being on the podium or not. So we'll see. I think we'll see some of that tomorrow as well. We'll see some optional lines kind of pop up and unveil themselves, especially if guys start having trouble. Because, being able to get a finish out of it is so much more important than having that DNF.
Man, heck of a try from Patrick, though. Way to hang in there, Patrick. All right, just 2 drivers left for Course 2. And our day of racing for the UTV stock class. Justin Hoback leaving the line now. Justin has raced almost every class here in the NRRA.
Yeah.
Obviously not our youth or teen classes, but UTV stock, cup, limited bouncer. Later this year, he will probably be seeing him in unlimited bouncer. VIN class. Did I get all of them?
Yeah, I think so. Everything. Yeah.
We could say that between him and his kids,
every class,
then they've covered the youth and the teen classes.
I'd like to see him fit in a UTV, a youth UTV, like a 170. Like with his helmet on. I mean, like helmet on, race suit on, full deal. See, the first time he hits a hill, it'd be like, Murr. Yeah. I don't think it doesn't have that little 5-horse motor. Doesn't have very much power.
I still think putting the adults in the 200s and doing like a
lane rush start. Oh my goodness.
We'd all look like Bowser and Mario Kart in there, but it would be very funny.
Just give a big oval. We've talked about it. How much fun it'd be.
Everybody's knees in the dash.
Oh, we would. We would have so much fun, though.
.204 for Justin Hoback. Not bad, not bad. I believe we've got one more driver.
That would be, yeah.
All right, looks like Tyler Carter will not be running Course 2, so that'll wrap up UTV stock. All right, let's get a rundown here from round 2. Y'all give us just a second.
All right, there's our leaderboard. Max Lawrence, again, squeaking out that number 1 spot. Dean Roberts coming in second. Brantley Havens rounding out that top 3. Cohen Ellison. Again, he had a stunt driver, Cooper Bentley. And Jay Storts rounding out that top 5.
Attaboy, Jay. Then we've got Justin Hoback, Richard Hodges, Noah Butler, Nathan Carter, and Thomas Wheeler finishing out our top 10 for Course 2.
Again, that'll wrap up our UTV stock class for the day. Our Unlimited Cup we have to get kicked off. But first, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with tons of racing action right after this.
The trail doesn't take it easy, so why should your Jeep? Supercharge your Jeep for improved capability, power, while keeping your warranty and trust in your vehicle intact. Born for the trail. Now evolved to be the best. Edelbrock Superchargers. Add the power your Jeep's been missing.
If AMSOIL products are engineered for this kind of punishment, you can trust them in your garage. Shop by vehicle to find everything you need for your ride. Get the protection you demand and performance you deserve with fast, free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
This broadcast of the National Rock Racing Association was brought to you by Edelbrock, AMSOIL, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, and Comp Cams.
Good job. Tight count. Welcome back, everybody, here at the National Rock Racing Association. We just wrapped up the UTV stock class. We have UTV Cup kicking off for Course 2 on day 1 of our third race of the season. Again, this is a third of the way through our series. Again, this year we're doing the 8 regular series with Battle of the Bouncers at the end, so we'll have a 9-race total. So this is our third, which is a 33% of the way through the season.
That was a lot of numbers you just threw out there, Matt.
It is, but very fun. Again, like I said, it's getting there, tracking it down. Again, tomorrow we'll have the rest of the classes race and go. We're going to wrap up after this UTV Cup class. Looks like we got about 20 drivers or so.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 from Course 1. Give you guys a little review here. Cooper Bentley had the fastest time with a 65. Then it was Nathaniel Bell with a 67.01. And then we had Tim Cameron with a 67.05. Clay Kaysen and Martin Stewart rounding out those top 5. And Travis Cooper is going to be starting things off for us again.
Travis Cooper sitting on the line, ready to start us off for round number 2, our final round for today.
All right, this is our Course 2 for the UTV Cup. Again, looks pretty similar to UTV 1 Cup Series first race. With a little bit uphill and downhill sections are going to be a little bit different on the bottom here. The top's pretty similar. And again, we told you guys we're going to utilize all of this Mickey Thompson mountain for the end of the weekend. Our UTV Bounty will be racing a slightly different course tomorrow with the bouncers, but definitely utilizing a lot of the uphill, downhill sections. Very fun, but it is very challenging as well.
Can't make it too easy on these guys, Matt.
I'm excited to see Course 2. I think it's going to be a little more rowdy. A little bit fast, but a lot of fun. So, very excited for it. Again, appreciate all the staff here as well at Rush Off-Road Park. They've been out here helping out, keeping our course clear. I know we got a ton of food vendors behind us. We'll go and get some meals and some snacks after this. They do a great job providing meals for everybody. We're thankful for them. Looks like we're making sure we got a course clear here. I don't think we had any major breakages on Course 1. It looks like we only had one DNF, I think.
Yeah, for a Cup class.
So, fingers crossed. We should have some pretty quick times here.
This is Travis Cooper on the course.
Again, he's doing a lot of racing with us this weekend. Excited to see him come out. Definitely, I know he's going to enjoy this seat time.
Uh-oh.
A little bit of a lip at the top of there. That is some tight cornering right there. There we go.
You know, speaking of Travis, you know who this buggy reminds me of is Travis Skelton.
Yeah. Again, another legendary downhill racer. See what that time's going to be. That's an 88.424 for Mr. Travis Cooper.
We've got Josh Krupinski on the line next.
Get a little air there. Again, I think we're going to see some more of that tomorrow with the bouncer. You guys are definitely going to make sure you catch the live feed. I think we're going to see some very exciting air time on these hills. Oh, no! I think you'll see a little of that as well tomorrow. Might be a few extra good dang-its in there. A little bit longer run right there. Again, you can see guys kind of carrying a little more speed through there. The ledges might not be as difficult. And then that, instead of going all the way down that access road and kind of dropping out at the end, they're kind of crab walking the side of that hill. Gives them a little more angle when they're coming through that race line.
88.226 for Josh Krupinski.
Good time. Yeah, kind of gives them more angle as they're racing through that finish line.
Impressed he could finish it like that after
yeah,
front left quit pulling.
Yeah. Again, we've seen several guys have some kind of weird issues today. We're able to get everything back going again. No, Bert's daughter came up and said he was back there working on stuff this morning. So after a little bit of a fumble, got put back together, came out, picked up a finish for us.
Jay Wilson sitting on the line.
All right, clock is hot. Mr. Jay Wilson out there on course. That all-black race rig. It's so that hill just is such a beautiful landing as they're gliding through the air.
Matt, that's going to be you tomorrow.
It will be. It will be. Again, like I said, it's just a really smooth landing.
You're going to be gliding through the air?
I mean, it'll go through the air. I don't know if glide is the appropriate word. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I do really like his panels on that. Very cool looking. Yeah, it is kind of majestic how well some of these buggies fly through the air.
I don't think I've ever heard the word majestic applied to a UTV or bouncer.
There we go. See what that time's going to be. That's a 77.025 for Jay Wilson.
And that is our current fastest time, followed by an 88.2 and an 88.4 from Josh Kopinski and Travis Cooper. We've got Nathaniel Bell on the line now.
All right, clock is hot. Mr. Nathaniel Bell.
Nathaniel had the second fastest time on course 1, behind Cooper Bentley. See what he can do here with course 2.
Oh, I think he carried a little more speed into that second uphill just after the last two drivers kind of got hung up there.
That's going to be our new time to beat. 66.388.
Get her done. That's flying.
Martin Stewart in the race line starting gate now.
If I'm not mistaken, that may be a new leader currently right now.
Martin Stewart out there on course with us, definitely making smooth runs here. You can see him literally cutting the wheel hard there, kind of whipping that rear end around.
Martin had a 5th place time on course 1. Also came into the weekend 5th in points overall.
kind of bobbling through there. Again, like I said, you can see kind of different terrains there, kind of throwing them side to side, but definitely making quick work of it.
Martin would like to give a shout out to Moto Joe's, Batcave Customs, Dowler Motorsports, and Perfection Driveline Inc. for supporting his race program.
Oh!
Went
through the finish line.
Quite the finish.
71.117 for Martin Stewart. He went through the finish line and was trying to cut it straight, but unfortunately he just kind of looped it over right there. Again, good enough time for second place on course 2, but tried to straighten it out, I think, and then hit the gas, and the momentum just brought him home. All right, we do have an AMSOIL action shot. Again, this was after the finishing. See him coming in there, trying to whip around, and just a little bit of momentum brought him over.
Hey,
yeah, you can roll over as long as
he made it through the finish line.
As long as it's after the finish, you're good.
As long as the talent lasts for your run.
Yeah, I'll take that.
If you run out afterwards, that's okay.
Yeah. All right, top 5. We got Nathaniel Bell sitting in first place. That Martin Stewart, that run you just saw, second. Jay Wilson sitting in third. Josh Krapinski sitting in fourth. And Travis Cooper rounding out your top 5.
Looks like Braden Upchurch on the line next.
Braden repping that Rock Life Off-Road crew.
Uh-oh. There you go.
There we go. Again, clearing that last ledge.
Nice
See what that
run.
time's going to be.
89.849 for Braden Upchurch.
Hunter Shane sitting on the line. Hunter Shane.
Hunter Shane on the line now.
Seen a few drivers now kind of back up and get a better run at it.
Those ruts are getting pretty deep.
Yeah. Again, tomorrow I think we'll see pretty quick times up that area. Again, just if nothing else, just between the power, the shock, the shocks are so much bigger, so they let you you're allowed to kind of keep the wheels on the ground more than some of the other ones, as well as a lot more horsepower too. So. And as Bree would say, it's all downhill from here.
Nice.
That's an 85.052 for Hunter Shane. We're about halfway through our driver list, not quite.
Yeah, we're almost halfway through. This is course 2 for the RCB Axle UTV Cup class. That means once we wrap up course 2, we'll be done racing for today.
Give away some trophies.
That's right. We got lots of trophies to give away, and then we'll be back tomorrow to do it all again, starting around 10 o'clock Eastern. And we'll have our UTV Bounty, our unlimited and limited bouncers, and our UTV teen and youth classes. So, whole lot of racing to do tomorrow. This is Brian Smith on the line now.
There we go. Staying airborne is one way to clear an uphill section. Very impressive. Yeah, we have had a lot of dust today, but thank you, Jesus, we have had plenty of wind blowing to keep it moving, and not just keep it off us, but help it keep it out of the driver's eyes.
Yes, that helps a lot to have the wind come and move it away quickly.
Yeah. Whoa.
99.716. Unfortunately, there was a flag penalty. And that's 30 seconds for flag penalties.
Yeah, I hate to have those, but helps keep the drivers safe as well as all run on the same course.
Doing a little bit of recovery on that flag that got run over right now before we send our next driver off the line.
Looks like they're almost done getting that flag put back in there. I know they sometimes get a little bent up when they get ran over. They get mangled a little bit. So
this is a good opportunity to say thank you to the park staff and to our own staff and volunteers for helping with everything on course, not just recovery, but also things like putting banners back up and guys, it takes a village.
It really does.
To put on an event like this. So we're thankful for everybody that helps out. And they've got that banner straightened back up now or replaced, so we should be good to go. Austin Tidwell is on the line now.
Having a big neon cover on the top of your buggy is really easy. It's very easy to see that way if they're still upright or rolled over.
We need some visual markers
we
through
do.
the dust cloud.
We do. There we go. That's an 87.157 for Austin Tidwell. It's like the Ultra 4 guys have those big number plates. Can't get one of those on top just to be like this side up. I know Cole Shirley was on Mad Ram 11 the other day saying, hey, make sure you guys put your name on the side of your tubing. And when you're pulling to the starting line, he said it really helps out for doing driver notifications when we're
that makes
sharing
sense.
stuff. For a lot of times he'll do numbers with the scoring, which is always kind of key to see times.
That makes sense.
Let's go, Brantley. Let's do it.
Now we've got Brantley Havens on the line, filling in for Jesse Riley.
There we go. Just rocketing out the top there.
Uh-oh.
This may have bumped out of gear. Yeah, I'll say some of the rigs, I don't mind, is horrible at tight turns. Oh, I think he bumped it back in it.
I'm sure this is the first time that Brantley has raced this rig,
Brakes.
too.
Yeah.
So that's always a little bit tricky.
I said it sounded like it kicked out of gear before it even made the top of the hill. Oh, so close. Cody Kaysen running out there to give him a little encouragement, help him get out there. Again, when you're strapped in this, I always say it's kind of like, being a fighter pilot. You really can't see what's next to you or behind you. You can only see what's like directly in front of you. So having somebody guide you a little bit makes a big difference. Man.
Come on, Brantley. Got Cody Kaysen out there giving him a little encouragement. Nice.
There we go. Followed up with a sharp right-hand turn.
Drive it like Cody, Brantley. That's a tall order, though.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen Cody Kaysen run out on course and say anything but just hammer down. Like that's usually why he's running out.
That's always the answer.
Yeah.
I don't think Brantley had any of these problems when he did course 1.
Again, a lot of times it could be something simple like a linkage adjustment that maybe it's right at the edge of that gear, keeps clicking out. There we go.
Good job, Brantley. Way to stick with it. I see Tim Cameron on the line now. Timmy had a 3rd place finish on course 1. The time to beat right now is a 66 from Nathaniel Bell.
Whoa.
Whipping around those turns.
Looked like he was grabbing the old e-brake there for a minute. There we go.
That was quick. Let's see how quick.
That's a 64.424 for Mr. Tim Cameron.
Whew.
Is that our new leader?
That is our new leader.
There we go.
Put Nathaniel Bell with a 66 down to 2nd place now. And then I believe it's Martin Stewart with a 71. Those are your top 3 currently on course 2. We're a little over halfway through. And that'll be our day of racing here with the RCV Axle UTV Cup class. And we already wrapped up our stock class. Casey Howell leaving the line now.
Ooh, leaping through the air there.
All right, see what that time's going to be. He was flying. Wow.
Ooh, 66.897.
Wow.
That is a third place time right now. Nathaniel Bell had a 66.3. Casey now with a 66.8.
Sorry, third place. My correction, I misheard.
Again, that's literally, tenths of a second. Separating second, third.
Cooper Bentley on the line.
And I was thinking, speaking of a guy who wants to separate that second and third place,
Cooper had the fastest time on course 1.
I think he wants to bump all those guys down.
That means he need to beat that 64.4 right now.
Ooh.
Oh. Cooper cutting these corners. Keeping it tight. That was a fast
There we go.
run.
.342 Bree.
That is your new leader for course 2.
Wow.
64.3 for
Dang.
Cooper. 64.4 for Timmy.
Jeez.
Wow.
All right, Clay Case pulling to the line.
Doesn't get any tighter in times than that, Matt.
Get her done.
But hold on, we got Clay Kaysen coming up to the line now. Clay knows how to lay down a fast
He
pass.
does. And I could see him like squeaking in between them or messing up,
I don't think there's any getting in between there. He's just going to have to beat a 64.3.
He is moving. Wow.
Ooh. 62.805. That is your new leader on course 2.
Get her done. You said he's not going to split him. You said he's going to try to flat out beat it, and he did.
Yep. That was the only option.
Yeah, that was an impressive run. Heck yeah.
We'll take a quick look at our top 5 right now. Clay Kaysen now in the lead, followed by Cooper Bentley. Tim Cameron, Nathaniel Bell, and Casey Howell.
And again, look at those times, 62, 64, 64, 66, 66. I mean, just super, super tight race in there.
The 64.3 and the 64.4.
Yeah, just
incredible.
What the heck? Again, shout out to our graphics team back there, keeping us updated with all of our current times. We appreciate those guys. Landon Kahn out there on course now. Woo! Launching out the top.
We got just 3 drivers left for course 2 of the Cup class and of our day of racing here at Rush.
Getting out there whipping around on course. Oh, man.
Oh!
Dang it. Coming down that front right corner kind of dug in.
Was unexpected.
Yeah.
Run it, Casey.
Dang it.
If you don't have a hey, guys, no, y'all have fire suits on. Thanks, guys. He's going to be okay. We're going to get to it.
I think they're going to try to flip him back over by hand, looks like. Again, that's the nice part about having some of the very light UTV Cup guys. Their chassis are pretty light. Again, you can see most of those guys have race suits on, so those are your drivers out there helping their fellow competitors. Very cool to see. I see Clay out there. He's our leader currently on course 2. Again, you can see them assessing what's broke. Very, very cool to see that many drivers out there. All right, we got our Amsoil action shot. Again, glad he's okay, but hated to see that. Again, landing very, very well. You can see whipping around, coming right back down. That is a super sharp turn. That front end dip down. I think it just caught the edge a little bit of that sidewall. Unfortunately, kind of pirouetted the buggy before he rolled. Dang it, hate to see that. Again, Clay Kaysen out there backing him up, getting him backed in. Hopefully they can get that fixed. I know this is course 2, but some of these guys are racing Bounty tomorrow.
All right, guys, that means we're down to just 2 drivers left. David Darnell is in the race line, starting gate now.
David Darnell on the line.
Here we go with David Darnell.
There we go. Kind of bicycling out the top of that hill.
Because these guys, this is a long course. They've definitely got some seat time out here today. And again, changing up kind of Clyde's been doing the more uphill, downhill, kind of a little bit of rocks, some dust, some dirt. You know, it's very fun. You get a more of an all-around race weekend versus just doing, you know, one big long shot.
Yeah.
You've got some
Not
jumps.
the 17-second hills.
Yeah.
Hill kills that we used to do.
Yeah, and that's if your buggy stays together for that 17 seconds. All right. Great run by David. See what his time is going to be. That's a 79.316 for David Darnell.
That means Cody Kaysen is going to wrap things up for us today. Cody ought to be a good closer.
Yeah. Very quick time.
All right, Cody, it's your time to shine. You got to beat that 62.8 that Clay Kaysen put down. Whoa, getting a little rough and rowdy out there.
He's flying. Watching that dust just rip off the back of that buggy is so cool. Wow.
Getting after
Man.
it.
Wow.
66.039.
Again, that is an awesome day of racing. We appreciate everybody tuning in with us. Again, we have a ton of racing action coming tomorrow. We have Bouncer Limited and Unlimited class. We have our teen and our amateur, or our teen amateur and our youth class again. We have the UTV Bounty, which will be kicking off in the morning. All right, here's our top 10. Coming to that number one spot, Clay Kaysen. Right behind him, Cooper Bentley, Tim Cameron, Cody Kaysen, and Nathaniel Bell rounding up that top 5.
Then we've got Casey Howell, Martin Stewart, Jay Wilson, David Darnell, and Hunter Shane finishing out our top 10. That was just for course 2. But before we go, we want to let you guys know who's going to be taking home the hardware today and ending up on top of the podiums. Matt, you wanted to go ahead and tell us about stock?
The great thing is Clyde's literally right next to us, so he's giving us all the good, juicy detail. Again, coming in first place, or let's start from the back. Coming in 5th place today, Mr. Justin Holback. Again, great job of him.
This is for UTV stock.
Yes, this is
not
UTV
cup.
stock.
Okay, just hang on a minute. We'll get to cup, too.
Justin Holback coming in 5th place there again. Cohen Ellison, which had a stunt double. Cooper Bentley driving for him. Again, just had some blistering times coming in 4th. Brentley Havens coming in 3rd, which is super awesome to see him on the stock podium. Shout out to him. That's an awesome job. Dean Roberts, and coming in 2nd again, he was battling all day with Max Lawrence, who just barely clipped him out with 103 points, coming in 1st place overall for the stock class.
All right, and then we do have our UTV Cup results. So we'll start in 5th, and that was Martin Stewart. And then in 4th place, we've got Nathaniel Bell. 3rd for the podiums, that's going to be Tim Cameron.
Wow.
And then in 2nd, we've got Clay Kaysen. And 1st place for today in Cup class is Cooper Bentley.
Man, that's crazy how that last couple runs there really shook up. And it was funny because Clyde even put it out. There was all of our top drivers were all kind of huddled under one tent watching the last 5, 6, 8 runs just to kind of see how it shook out, because it's interesting to see how kind of those last couple of runs kind of tumbled everything around. And again, Timmy Cameron coming in 3rd. You know you are laying down some fast stinking times if Timmy's tumbling to 3rd. So shout out to Clay Kaysen and Cooper Bentley for getting out there and just absolutely laying it down. Again, Cooper Bentley coming in with 100 points. You can see the combined times over on the side. So again, just shout out to the 129 seconds for Cooper Bentley combined time. Right behind him, 0.4 of a second. Clay Kaysen with 130, and then Timmy with 131. So I mean, literally like a second and a half combined time separate 1st and 3rd, just to show how tight these guys are pushing it.
Yeah, they were strategizing for sure, and it paid off, and it was definitely fun to watch. So thank you guys for joining us here today on Hillside Live from Rush, Kentucky. We'll be back tomorrow to do it all again, even more, starting around 10 o'clock Eastern Time. So you guys be sure to check in with us then. We'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you guys.